but I'm losing my grip. I need someone who can make me feel better. Wrap me up in a sweater, treat my pain with a kiss. Then suddenly you are here, inside my head everywhere. Where did you come from? I'm wondering. Baby, are you made up of for real? Say, can you feel what I feel? 'Cause I can tell if I'm just dreaming. I wish I had a girl like you, and wish it could be real, but you're not really here. And I don't wanna wake up without you, but tonight is gonna have to do. If I'm gonna get with a girl like you, I fade away. Every day you're not with me. Maybe now that you've showed me what love could be like, what can I say? I know it sounds like I'm crazy, but I need to believe in you to get through my life. Then suddenly you are here, inside my head everywhere. Where did you come from? I'm wondering. Baby, are you made up of for real? Say, can you feel what I feel? 'Cause I can tell if I'm just dreaming. I wish I had a girl like you, and wish it could be real, but you're not really here. And I don't wanna wake up without you, but tonight is gonna have to do. If I'm gonna get with a girl like you, girl like you, girl like you. If I'm gonna get with a girl like you, girl like you, girl like you. If I'm gonna get with a girl like you, girl like you, girl like you. I don't wanna wake up without you, but tonight is gonna have to do. If I'm gonna get with a girl like you, then suddenly you are here, inside my head everywhere. Where did you come from? I'm wondering. Baby, are you made up of for real? Say, can you feel what I feel? 'Cause I can tell if I'm just dreaming. I wish I had a girl like you, and wish it could be real, but you're not really here. And I don't wanna wake up without you, but tonight is gonna have to do. If I'm gonna get with a girl like you, girl like you, girl like you. If I'm gonna get with a girl like you, girl like you, girl like you. If I'm gonna get with a girl like you, girl like you, girl like you. I don't wanna wake up without you, but tonight is gonna have to do. If I'm gonna get with a girl like you. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, yeah, yeah. Feels like an ocean. The way you're touching me must be emotion. The way it's meant to be, all the emotion. Spinning in my head, feels like an ocean. Baby, there ain't nobody like you. No, it's true. Could do the things you do just like you. Baby, there ain't nobody like you. Do you feel the same? 'Cause I got high hopes. Do you want the same? 'Cause baby, all I got is high hopes. Do you feel the same? Do you want me, babe? Or is it just a game? 'Cause I got high hopes. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I got high hopes. Do you want the same? Cause baby, all I got is high hopes. Do you feel the same? Do you want me, babe? Or is it just a game? Cause I got high hopes. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, yeah, yeah. Do you feel the same? Cause I got high hopes. Do you want the same? Cause baby, all I got is high hopes. Do you feel the same? Do you want me, babe? Or is it just a game? Cause I got high hopes.
When I hear that groove, I forget about me and you. Things we used to do, it's all in the past now. When I hear that song, I just wanna sing along. I know I don't belong with you anymore. And you why I changed my mind, but it was so easy to let you go. But I do it for the music. I feel it in my soul. Oh, nothing else can move me like it does. It's out of my control. I do it for the music. When I talk about me and you, I just need that groove. Oh, my body needs to move. Don't get in my way now. No. When I hear that song, I just wanna sing along. I know I don't belong with you anymore. Ooh, and you why I changed my mind, yeah. But it was so easy to let you go. Oh, yeah. I do it for the music. I feel it in my soul. Nothing else can move me like it does. It's out of my control. I do it for the music. Yeah. I do it for the music. I feel it in my soul. I do it for the music. I feel it in my soul, yeah. Oh, nothing else can move me like it
moment to stop. Time to go home. Don't want this night to end. Yeah, about time we stop pretending. Come home with me. Let's write a history. Tonight I'll make you see. It's all about us. It's all about us. As we're dancing close together, making out. It's all about us. It's all about us. There's a magic in your eyes, can't get enough. Feel your hands, the way you're touching me around my neck. Got chills down my back, you do it right. The way you're holding me, no, I don't want this moment to stop. No need to fight it, I cannot hide it. We won't regret it, so come with me, maybe we're meant to be. A perfect melody, and I don't want this moment to stop. Time to go home. Don't want this night to end. Yeah, about time we stop pretending. Come home with me. Let's write a history. Tonight I'll make you see. It's all about us. It's all about us. It's all about us. As we're dancing close together, making out. Making out. It's all about us. It's all about us. There's a magic in your eyes, can't get enough. I can't get enough. Oh, it's all about us. It's all about us. It's all about us. It's all about us. Time to go home. Don't want this night to end. Yeah, about time we stop pretending. Come home with me. Let's write a history. Tonight I'll make you see. It's all about us. It's all about us. As we're dancing close together, making out. It's all about us. It's all about us. There's a magic in your eyes, can't get enough. Can't get enough.
Girl, I see your face everywhere. When I'm going out, you'll be there. 'Cause everything reminds me of you. I can't take no more. Girl, I think I'm losing my mind. Try to go to work, but I lost track of time. 'Cause everyone keep looking like you. I can't take no more. I miss your touch from your hands and your body. It hurts so much to think of you as someone else. Can't get enough when you're sweet talking to me. Now I'm talking sweet all by myself. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. What you need from me, need your love on me, put your love on me. I'ma do everything for you. I don't want anyone but you. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. Can we stop the clock and rewind? Go back to that moment in time when you say you want me for life. Was it all a lie? I gave my all to deserve ya, begging on my knees just to show ya you're the one I want and I love ya. No, 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 no lie. I miss your touch from your hands and your body. It hurts so much to think of you as someone else. Can't get enough when you're sweet talking to me. Now I'm talking sweet all by myself. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. What you need from me, need your love on me, put your love on me. I'ma do everything for you. I don't want anyone but you. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. Your love, 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 your love. Put your love on me. Your love, 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 your all by myself. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. What you need from me, need your love on me, put your love on me. I'ma do everything for you. I don't want anyone but you. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. Your love, 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 your love. Put your love on me. Your love, 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 your love. Put your love on me. There is only one of you, only one of me. There's a million of those who won't let us be. But they're not gonna see me bleed. Cause baby, I got you, 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 you. I've been beaten to the ground.
and scared to live, cause some people never learn. But they're not gonna watch me burn. Cause baby, I got you. Here's to new beginnings and a better life. Here's to dancing underneath the disco lights. They can try, but they can never take me down. Ooh, cause I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid to love, not afraid to love you. I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid to love, not afraid to love you. They always bring all the lonely, but with you here nothing can scare me. I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid to love, not afraid to love you. I will tell them what I'm feeling forevermore. I don't care about the feelings, not anymore. So let's show them that love is pure, no matter who it's for. It's a new beginnings and a better life. It's the dancing underneath the disco lights. They can try, but they can never take me down. Cause I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid to love, not afraid to love you. I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid to love, not afraid to love you. They always bring all the lonely, but with you here nothing can scare me. I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid to love, not afraid to love you. Not afraid to love not afraid to love. I'm gonna go where my heart is. From now on, I'm being honest. I'm gonna show that I got this love. Cause I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid to love, not afraid to love you. I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid to love, not afraid to love you. They always bring all the lonely, but with you here nothing can scare me. I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid to love, not afraid to love you. Not afraid to love not afraid to love. This might be right. Either you feel it or you don't. Might give it a try. Yeah. Our bodies collide. Baby, you're everything I want. Let's give it some time. Yeah. Somebody told me I should hit and run, but they don't know. They don't know. They don't know. Nobody knows but us how we roll, how we roll. Nobody knows what we got but us, but us. Let them keep talking, let them believe that they know, cause they don't, no they don't, no they don't. Let them believe that they know, cause they don't, no they don't, no they don't. I feel so alive. When I'm with you, I'm on flight mode. You move me inside. This might be right. Either you feel it or you don't. Might give it a try. Yeah. Our bodies collide. Baby, you're everything I want. Let's give it some time.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. Hey. Zach. Good morning, everybody. Good morning at the back of the stage. Good morning in the room. We are going to get started in 3 minutes. So make your way into your seats, and we look forward to getting started. So 3-minute warning, and we'll get kicked off, okay? Thank you so much.
Just as bad as you. Just as bad as you. Just as bad as you.
Good morning, everybody. No. I know it's a business event, and I know we have to be nice and very, cross the T's and cross the I's, but good morning, everybody. Good morning. I think we've got one more in us. Good morning. There you go. That's the energy that we want to keep up for the rest of the day. Good morning and welcome to the Work with Pride D&I Conference, just one of over 40 events at this year's Cork LGBT Plus Pride Festival. My name is Paul Ryder and I am thrilled to be your host for the rest of the day. I'm honoured to welcome you to our first in-person Work with Pride Diversity and Inclusion Conference, which is once again proudly sponsored by our friends at IBEC. Now I know for the last 2 years, you've been able to do it from home, and you had to wear your shirt and tie here and shorts and sliders at home. But we're so glad to see you. We're so happy to see you in person here today. We're excited to have representatives from over 200 organizations here with us today, and our hope is that you leave here feeling enthused, inspired, and motivated. Alongside us being here in a fabulous and historic Cork City Hall. Doesn't it look beautiful? We're also broadcasting live, so to all of you tuned in from home or your workplace, good morning. You get to wear your shorts and your sliders. You're very lucky. Like I said, of course, we would be delighted if you got Work with Pride trending on social media. So if you're partial to a tweet, a LinkedIn post, or maybe even a TikTok, then please use the hashtag WorkWithPrideIE or tag Work with Pride. So that's at Work with Pride IE, and give the topic of diversity and inclusion the visibility it really, really deserves. So let me tell you what we have in store for you today. From the title sponsor of this year's conference, IBEC, we have a keynote speech from Nicky Gallagher, Head of Public Affairs with IBEC. We'll hear from Gaelic football referee, school principal and ultimate trailblazer, David Goff. We'll hear from the talent of tomorrow as our guest panelists discuss the future of work, what that looks like for the next generation in the workplace, and how today's leaders and you, our audience, can make an impact in your very own workplace. We'll then take a really quick short break at 10:20 before returning at 10:30 to hear about the importance of equity, diversity and inclusion in the workplace from a variety of industry experts, allies and advocates, and what the behaviours and benefits of allyship truly look like on the job. Next up, we'll be joined by Aminallah Dasandi, who's the head of department and senior lecturer in the Contemporary Islam in UCC and a very recent guest on the Tommy Tiernan Show. Darren Fitzgerald will conduct a live law clinic on stage, very brave man, and where you'll have the opportunity to ask him those burning questions that you may have on your mind. Darren, I have a question. I'm about to get married very, very soon, and I need an ironclad prenup because the costumes and the jewellery doesn't pay for itself. And then from there, bear with me, then it'll be over to LGBT plus legends Alva Smith and Arthur Leahy to reflect on the past with a view to the future, before being joined by human rights and trans activist Saoirse Mackin, Minister for Justice Helen McEntee, and last but by no means least, Work with Pride committee members Aoife Dilworth and Don Crowley. Oh, and there'll be a surprise guest at the end. And so, before we kick off, in the interest of safety, we would like you to take note of the fire exit nearest to you. It's a door. Find it, you'll be fine. I'm not going to do the Aer Lingus left, right, because I don't have 4 bottles of wine in me. And then we ask you to calmly follow the stewards as you leave. Finally, the toilets, male, female, accessible, and universal, are all located on the ground floor. And should you need any assistance during the day, please simply speak to one of our incredible volunteers located around the venue. And now, I have the great pleasure to officially kick off today's jam-packed event. So without further ado, can I please introduce to you Damien O'Halloran, who's the chairperson of our LGBT plus network, Work with Pride, and Mr. Clive Davis, the chairperson of Cork LGBT plus Pride Festival.
Good morning, everybody. Is the stage lovely? It's so roomy, Damien. We have so much room to go around. This year's theme for the Cork LGBT plus Pride Festival is Proud to Be. This year especially, with all the horrible things that happened, Proud to Be is so important because it makes us think about what we are proud of. And I think the other thing we also have to think of is that none of us are equal until all of us are equal. And I think that's the theme we should be thinking throughout all of the festivities. I suppose the one thing that comes to mind when I look around this amazing hall today is the power of volunteers. Volunteers were here yesterday and today putting on this amazing spectacle that you see in front of us. I don't think we've seen so many rainbows inside a building, and I think they all deserve a round of applause. I think bringing it back down to ground, we had our coming out talk, so we have 40 events happening all over the week. It's quite funny, but when we started off the planning for our events, last year we said no more than 20. We doubled it and now we've 40. I don't know how that happened. I think we snuck a few in there because we liked them, you know? But the event that always gets my heart going is the coming out talk, where we had it last night, and individuals speak about their own perspective of how it is to come out and how it is to be themselves, how it is to have to come out constantly, how to always have to explain yourself. And it's the Cork and it's the Ireland that we're looking forward to, where sometimes we don't have to do that. Wouldn't that be an excellent thing to wait for, that we don't have to be wondering why we need to come out? The other events, I think, all over the week, when you see people on our trip around Cork County and they're waving their flag, and you just say, my God, this means so much to people in so many different places. And the incredible installation of the only progress flag in Ireland this week, which is incredible, on the streets of Patrick Street. So I think that deserves a round of applause as well. I think that piece of work shows when we work together, LGBT Awareness Week and ourselves came together and put on this amazing, and I think it's amazing, you know, it's getting so many people are taking pictures of it. And I say, we all need to take pictures of it. We have our Health and Wellbeing Expo on Saturday, so check out the website and have a look at that. And of course then, we end our festivities on Sunday with the parade and after party. Damien has made sure that the act on the night, Nadine Kyle, has her passport with her, you know. That joke never gets old. Everyone loves it, you know. I don't think we might say it to her, Damien, just in case something might happen. And then, of course, I'm just going to pass you over to Damien now, who's going to talk about the reason you're here.
That's right. Thank you so much. Look, thank you, everyone, for being here. I was going to ask Clive, how did you know it was an LGBT event?
I don't know.
Was that just
I don't know.
a stroke of luck? And I think you're right, actually. Do you know what? Just a heads up for anyone that's looking for flags for the Pride Parade on Friday or umbrellas, don't waste your time to go to some of the stores because we can probably find all of them up here on stage. We were actually prepping here for this last night, and we are perfectionists, right? We really are. And we considered ironing the flags because there's a couple of creases here and there, and we'd said, oh, no, that's not going to look good on stage. So we actually did consider it, but we said, no, look, we've better things to be doing, which is why we're here today. So I joined the Cork Pride Board about 3 years ago, and the team asked me to come on board really as, how do we evolve the offerings of Cork Pride? And one of the offerings really was, you know, more education, more outreach programs. Everyone's familiar with the Pride festivals, the after party, and some of those other fun events. But one thing we really wanted to do was dip our toe into the water more proactively when it comes to education. So 2 years ago, we started doing this. This is our third year. For the last two, we've done them in person. We've done them remotely. This is our first in-person one. So I'm really, really happy with how it's going so far. Absolutely thrilled. And I'm thrilled that so many people actually came here to interact. This will be very much an interactive session. For anyone that knows Paul Ryder, don't be shy. We will be in the audience asking you questions. There will be a lot of engagement here. So the genesis of some of the things that we're going to talk about today, the feedback from last year was, you know what, this is fantastic, but we have to wait one more year before we go again. So what we decided to do was create a network for individual to individual professionals that really want to kind of get together more often from a professional experience. So we are going to talk about that a little bit more. We're going to talk about some of the events that we have. But the reason we're here today is not to listen to me, but have to listen to some of our keynote speakers. So thank you so much for being here, and I will talk to you again later on. Happy conference.
I think we need to give Damien and his team another little bit of a round of applause. Damien goes above and beyond with his commitment, and I think it's just so lovely to have him here and to have all the team here doing it. And I think it's just, Damien, thank you so much.
No problem.
You know, without all this group, like you see how with the power of volunteers, I think it just blows me away. Lastly, for me, I just want to say thanks to Cork City Council, you know, for giving us this amazing space to us to LGBTite. You know, we gayed it up a bit, so thank you so much to Cork City Council. We're delighted with that. And now I would like to introduce Councillor John Marr, who's deputising for Councillor Deirdre Ford.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and I'm delighted on behalf of the Ard Vera, Councillor Deirdre Ford, to welcome you all to Cork City Millennium Hall this morning for the Work with Pride Annual Diversity and Inclusion Conference. It's so great that after many years of COVID restrictions that we now have the meeting in person, and as the lads have hit on, Cork City the Millennium Hall has never looked as good, and as I look out here, you all look fantastic yourselves. The theme of this year's Cork LGBT Plus Festival and today's conference is Proud to Be. Proud to be means different things to different people. Pride is a time where we are truly able to celebrate yourself as a whole person and be proud to be authentically ourselves. We can be proud in the community for the strides we have made. We can be proud of how far we have come, of the battles we faced and will face, and the strength of the community to be strong in the face of adversity. The journey to being proud can be a rocky and difficult path. However, the legacy of pride is one of bold, unapologetic self-celebration of me being proud to be. These past few years have been a time like no other in our lifetimes, and have been a demonstration how we can maintain standing strong together, resilient as a community, through difficult and challenging times. However, while we've maintained this stance apart, both virtually and spiritually, this is now the time that we come together again. Supporting LGBT plus employees is not just the right thing to do, it's also good for business. There's a social and moral case for diversity and inclusion, as well as a business case. In a genuinely inclusive organization, people can work together effectively without fear or discomfort. And when organizations proactively accommodate different needs, everyone can thrive professionally. Research has shown that diverse and inclusive teams are more innovative and productive. Team member diversity helps attract and attain new talent, foster innovation, increase employee happiness scores, collaborate more effectively, increase revenue, and guess what? People perform significantly better when they can be themselves at work. Diverse teams bring diversity of thought. To innovate, you need to visibly encourage the expression of differences where all team members feel they belong, be their authentic selves, and not just that they are included. In a genuinely inclusive environment, team members can work without fear, without discrimination, without harassment, and the tangible benefits are clear to see for both the employee and employer. With diversity, equality, and inclusion being big buzzwords in the workplace, the Work with Pride Conference and Network is a practical way of making a difference by having these conversations and connecting people in those workplaces. And I'd like to join me now in giving Damien with the Work with Pride team and Clive and the Cork Pride team a massive round of applause for what they've achieved here today. Finally, I think it's important to note the power that symbols have day to day. We have a significant symbol in our city with the Pride crossings, which I warmly welcome. but we need to see these symbols last beyond certain months of the year. Symbols and what they denote can show how welcoming a company is and how inclusion can be a reality, not just an illusion or gimmick. I hope you all have a great conference and a great Pride week. Happy Pride, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing those words, Councillor John Marr. It's very much appreciated, as is the support of all the Cork City Councillors, the LGBT plus interagency group and Cork Pride in working together to bring not one, if you've been around the city you'll see them, but 2 pairs of Progress rainbow crossings to Cork City. Well done to everyone involved. And following on from that, we have 2 short messages. The first from Taoiseach and Minister for Enterprise, Trade and Employment, Leo Varadkar, and secondly from one of your own, proud Cork man Taoiseach Micheál Martin.
Dear Eve, hello and best wishes to Cork Pride 2022. We've made great strides towards equality in Ireland, whether that's LGBTI+, gender equality or racial equality, but we still have a long way to go before we can truly say that everyone in Ireland has equality of opportunity and not just equality before the law. So I'm delighted to see Cork Pride focusing this year on diversity, equity and inclusion, especially in the workplace. We all want to be part of an organisation where everyone can feel welcome, can be themselves, which promotes an inclusive and welcoming environment. I was proud to be part of the government that enabled Ireland to be the first country in the world to legalise marriage equality by popular vote. Soon after, as you know, we changed our laws to recognise the rights of transgender people to their identity. In business, we've seen a steady increase in the share of women on the largest company boards, from only 18% in 2018 to 32% now, and when it comes to state boards, that figure is now well above 40%. We've also passed laws requiring employers to disclose the gender pay gap between men and women, and set out measures to reduce and eliminate that gap over time. We're going to bring in tougher sentences for hate crimes, improve sex education and sexual health programmes. The joy of events like Cork Pride is they present LGBTI+ issues in a positive light while keeping the focus on the role that everyone, all of us, can play to encourage greater inclusion. It's great that Pride is back this year. It's going to be a great celebration, especially if the weather is good. But always remember that it's also a protest for further progress and equality, and a protest in solidarity with members of the community around the world who still face criminalisation and have to live their lives in secret. As Minister for Enterprise, Trade and Employment, I'm very happy to see that the focus of your conference is on inclusion in the workplace. Your new Work with Pride business network is a great initiative, and I encourage everyone to get involved, from industry and small business, and also from the wider LGBTI+ community. So happy Pride, Biggie Brojul, Gurmil Magad.
I am honoured and delighted to be invited to address you, and I want to wish you all a very happy 2022 Cork LGBTI+ Pride Festival. I'm very disappointed that I'm not in a position to be able to celebrate it with you in person, especially given the fact that we haven't been in a position to hold in-person parades for the last 2 years. But please be assured that you have my full support. Ireland is a proud, progressive and modern state, and Cork is a proud, progressive and modern city. Together, we must continually strive to foster a society that supports and cherishes all of our people equally. As a nation, we have made great strides over recent decades to embrace and promote equality. The growth of Pride celebrations here in Cork and around the country is testament to the growing diversity in our communities and people's respect for that diversity. I am very clear that this diversity is something that should be celebrated. Ireland is a better nation for it. The Cork Pride Festival is important for a number of reasons. First and foremost, it promotes the dignity and equality of our LGBTI+ community within our city and region, and it improves the visibility and safety of our LGBTI+ citizens in the country and beyond. Because the safety of our LGBTI+ community can never be taken for granted. Earlier this year, a series of tragic events shook the Irish people and the LGBTI+ community in particular. As Taoiseach and as government, we continue to engage with the Gardaí to deepen awareness of the issues facing LGBTI plus people, and I want to acknowledge the work of An Garda Síochána in this area. It has launched a series of important initiatives, including LGBTI plus network dialogue days, a joint promotional video for online hate crime reporting, LGBTI plus representatives involved in Garda diversity officer training, and ongoing human rights training for Garda personnel. And as a government, we will soon publish a new hate crime bill, which will introduce new specific aggravated offences with enhanced penalties for crimes motivated by prejudice against certain characteristics, including gender and sexual orientation. Our referendum on marriage equality in 2015 was marked by the respectfulness and maturity of the public discussion of the issue. As Taoiseach, I am determined to maintain this approach. As we observe the discussion about the rights of trans citizens in the United States and the United Kingdom grow steadily more fractious and toxic, I'm pleased that in Ireland we have, largely speaking, avoided such an approach. Our trans brothers and sisters, daughters and sons often face exceptionally difficult personal journeys and circumstances. I feel it's very important that the manner of any public debate about the issue does not make that journey any more difficult than it already is. Acceptance, generosity and respect are key qualities that we must continue to embrace. The Irish people, and Cork people in particular, are a kind and generous people, and I am confident that this is the approach they favour too. The theme of this year's Cork Pride Festival is Proud to Be. Well, let me say finally that I am proud to be supporting this great community in my home city, and once again, I wish everyone involved in organising and everyone attending Cork Pride 2022 the very best.
Thank you, Taoiseach and Taoiseach. My biggest question there was he wearing the shorts and sliders from the bottom down? Right, and so we're on to our very first keynote speaker of the day. I'm delighted to introduce you to a trailblazer in the field of sport, Gaelic football and referee and principal. Please put your hands together for David Goff. No? Do you know when you can see that somebody's not there and you're kind of going, we're having a bit of an issue there. I'm going to hand you over. Apologies now, that's not my fault, but it was what was written there, so I said it. Give me 2 seconds. If you're watching at home, welcome. My apologies. Please put your hands together for the Head of Public Affairs of IBEC, Nikki Gallagher.
Everybody, I'm a little disappointed because I thought I was being introduced as a trailblazer, but there you go. Good morning. My name is Nikki Gallagher, and I am Head of Public Affairs at IBEC. Up to quite recently, I was also chairperson of Belong To, the LGBT youth organisation in Ireland. And I hope I'm still quite a good ally, and I certainly do try to be. So thank you so much for the invitation to be here this morning and to speak here this morning. IBEC is really proud to be associated with Cork Pride, and in particular this event, because we believe that diversity, inclusion, equality are everybody's business. So let me start by telling you a little bit about us, about IBEC. We're a member organisation, as many of you know. About 70% of all those people employed in the private sector are members of IBEC companies, or are employees of IBEC companies. But we also have lots of members who are public sector, charities, NGOs, civil society. So we really do have a very broad, I suppose, lens right across business and the Irish economy. In addition to being a member organisation, we're also an employer. And D&I really matters for us and for our staff. We employ about 200 people, and this is an issue that comes up all of the time, that they want us to be very publicly associated and very publicly talking about our values and why diversity and inclusion really matters across a whole broad range of issues. We also run a diversity and inclusion forum within IBEC, and that's really a group where members get together and they raise issues that really matter to them. And as a consequence of those issues that are raised directly with us, we lobby and we try to influence public policy in areas such as the LGBTI strategy, in areas such as disability. We work with Open Doors, we work with the Irish Human Rights and Equality Commission around immigration and protection of people coming to this island. So we have a very broad remit. And we listen to our members, and we listen to, and I'm sure many of you in this room are members or work for members. So, think about that diversity and inclusion forum, and come and get involved if you wish to do so through your own organisations. When I joined IBEC about 3 months ago, so this is my first IBEC speaking engagement. I hope it's not my last. When I joined IBEC about 3.5 months ago, I was really impressed and really proud, because one of the very first things we did publicly was publish a guide to support employers who had employees who were transitioning. And that came from our members. That came from members asking us questions and wanting to know how best to support their employees, because most of them told us they were really supportive in theory, but they just didn't know how to do so practically. So we published that guide, which really sets out very practical things about how you support trans employees. And as you can imagine, on social media, there were some very positive levels of engagement, and then, as you would expect, some not quite so much. But it didn't matter, because as far as we were concerned, we were doing the right thing. We were meeting a need for people who wanted to be open and inclusive. And it was also us showing a little bit of leadership, because again, that's really important for us, that we and all businesses and our members are part of this social fabric of Ireland, including the trans and LGBTI part of this country. So Ireland, as many of you know, is a location of choice for business, to start a business and to come and invest in this country. And a lot of that is to do with the fact that we have made a huge amount of progress through the years. So we have gender recognition, we have marriage equality, we have reproductive health care rights. We even have children's rights in the Constitution, which I was involved with many career paths ago. But I suppose we have all of these fantastic things going on. But we also know that, unfortunately, it's, that we still are facing a lot of issues. Both the Taoiseach and the Taoiseach alluded to many of them. LGBT people facing violence on the streets. We're seeing racism. We are seeing the trans debate, where people think it's up for grabs whether or not somebody's existence is tolerated or not in a public space. And we can't, and we saw what's happening in the UK, we see what's happening in the US. We can't allow any of this to slip. We have to make sure that we are vocal, we stand up, we speak up, and we call out issues. But also we really focus on the positive and the really important changes and social progress that we have made. D&I, as most of you know, I'm sure you know, this is a hard room to talk to in some ways, because I'm talking to you about the stuff that's all ingrained. But D&I is not only the right thing to do, but economically, it's the sensible thing to do. We know from countless studies that D&I has a very positive benefit. The more diverse your workforce, your board, your senior leadership team are, the better the decisions you make, the better the outcomes you have, the more you reflect and understand your customer base, and that's really important. But diversity on its own is no good. We have to make sure that inclusion is really, and equality, are really kind of key components to our strategies within our workplaces. So it's making sure that everybody has the right to turn up exactly as they are, and be their authentic selves at work, to be supported, to have their voices heard, to make sure that they're given equality of opportunity for promotion, I suppose recruitment in the first instance, but promotion and progression within every organisation. Because it's only when we take the diversity, inclusion and agenda and actually really ingrain it into how we think. So it's not something we do, it's just how we behave, because that's actually who we are. And as a country, I believe that's who we are. So I'd like to thank you very much for the opportunity to meet you again, and I hope you have a very happy Pride. Thank you.
Head of Public Affairs for IBEC, Nikki Gallagher, thank you so much. Somebody's just been fired. They've just been kicked out because I introduced the wrong person. It wasn't my fault. Next up, now back to the original lineup. Our first keynote live speaker of the day, I'm delighted to introduce you to a trailblazer on the field of sport, Gaelic football referee, and of course, principal David Goff. You may recognize him on your television screens in diversity and inclusion adverts or running the length of Croke Park at the weekend, but it's his steps off the field that have paved the way for so many officials to be themselves in the world of Irish sport. So please give a warm welcome to our first keynote speaker of the day, David Goff.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks, Paul, for that lovely introduction. I'm here to speak to you this morning about finding your voice, and more importantly, finding your inner voice, and how that related to my personal story within the GAA, how I found my voice, how I was able to stand up within the GAA and speak on behalf of the LGBT community, and the obstacles that were placed in my way, so that you might get some understanding of what it's like to stand up in a hierarchical organisation and try and change things, particularly within the LGBT community. So when I started researching this speech, what I came to realise was that finding your voice, or at least my inner voice, it's not of my own making. Because what I found out is that we don't actually create our inner voice. We only create the conditions where she can appear. If you just think about that for a moment, we don't create our inner voice. We only create the conditions where she can appear. And if that's the case, you're probably asking, well, how is your inner voice created? And I'm going to talk to you a little about how I came to realization how my inner voice was created and how I created the conditions where she could appear. And I was back in 2007, I was sitting in a lecture hall in a Gaelic Games elective in leadership, and the great hurling coach, Paddy Butler, was giving a talk about archetypes. And he was trying to tell us that we had been layered as human beings throughout our whole lives. And the way he put this across to us was he told the story of his grandmother's brass bed that had been handed down as a family heirloom over a number of years to his grandmother, his mother, and eventually himself. And as time had passed, that brass bed had been lacquered or layered or painted each year or each time it had been passed from generation to generation. And when it came to him, he took out a €2 coin and began to chip away at the paint on the bed. And over a number of months, having taken off 7 layers of paint, he got the brass bed back to its initial beauty, I suppose. And what was being so magnificently explained to us was that just like the bed, we as young people had been layered or lacquered as a person by going through years of being told the type of person we are expected to be, and each layer contributed to our archetype. So when I thought about it, I kind of looked at the church, the primary school, my family, and the GAA. And what I realized was, on reflection, that each of those pillars of support for me within my life had layered me as a human being. My family was a very traditional Catholic Irish family. We were taught never to wash our dirty clothes in public, and all our problems were to be kept to ourselves. Education, I had gone through a typical Irish young child's education, a Catholic primary school, secondary school, and on to become a primary school teacher in 3rd level. The GAA, I had played from a very young age, from the age of 7, and played right the way through primary school, secondary school, and at every level within the club, right up to senior. And the church, like many people sitting here, I was baptized, made my communion, was an altar server, confirmation, read at Mass for almost 10 years after making my confirmation before I moved to college and put an end to my visits to the church on Sunday mornings in Slane. But what happens to you as a person when all these layers and archetypes don't actually happily coexist with your inner voice? And I spent the best part of 4 years grappling with that conflict and trying to come to terms with it. And if you can imagine that horrible fear that you have, that at its very core there's a disgust or an animosity within those supports for anyone who's gay or homosexual. My family had never met anyone who was gay. There was no gays, certainly, that we didn't know growing up in Slane. I don't need to tell anyone what the church's teachings were on homosexuality. It was illegal for me at the time to be a primary school teacher in my school in Terranure because I contravened the Catholic ethos of the school. This has just changed in 2016. And of course, apart from Donal Óg, there was nobody openly out and gay within the GA, so I had no role models. It's an incredibly difficult time, and that's where my inner voice was created. And the problem was, well, how does she appear? And of course, I don't do things small. I had 2 comings out. I had one very private coming out in 2011 and a very public one that I'm going to speak to you about this morning in 2015. And it was the conditions around that coming out in 2015 that allowed my inner voice to appear. And I didn't realize it at the time. I didn't realize it until we had access to a sports psychologist inside in Croke Park who was preparing us for games, All-Ireland semi-finals and finals. And he spoke to me at length about leadership on the field and off the field. And he used the word revelation to me. He said, it's a revelation what you did back in 2015. And that word struck me because I had never heard it being used in anything related to me before. I'd studied Latin in St. Pat's in Navan when I was there as a student. And the word revelation comes from revelare, to veil again. And it struck me about my inner voice, what I had learned back with Paddy Butler in 2007, that 2015 was an opportunity where I unveiled my inner voice and it was veiled again. And that was what created the conditions for her to be heard. And it was a frightening time. Standing up against an organisation like the GA was not easy. It all happened around March 2015. I was travelling to a game down in Kildare and I was listening to Leo Varadkar coming out on the Miriam O'Callaghan show on a Sunday morning. And I thought to myself, if the future leader of the country is able to come out and speak about his sexuality, surely the conditions are safe now with the upcoming referendum, where I can speak about mine. And the opportunity presented itself a couple of weeks later when I was appointed to referee Tyrone and Dublin in a live match on Sky Sports inside in Croke Park. And I picked up the phone and rang the national match officials manager and told him that I was going to wear a rainbow wristband to call for support to carry the vote at the referendum that was upcoming. And at the time, he said that was no problem. I had to contact my board of management in the school because officially then it would be common knowledge that I was gay and I would be working illegally inside a Catholic ethos school and could have been fired from my position. That's an awful conversation to have with people who are in control of your livelihood. It's frightening. I was very fortunate that the former CMO, Dr. Tony Holohan, was chairman of my board of management. And he said, David, no problem here at all. Go ahead, we'll support you. Your job is safe. I then had to tell my umpires and families that this something very secret that they had known about me for the previous 4 years was going to end up in the public domain. And they said, even though that they weren't happy about that they'd support me. And as the week went on, I had contacted my local club chairman, who was the sports editor of the Sunday Independent, to tell him that this was going to happen. And he said, hang on, I'll call you back in 10 minutes. And about an hour later, having picked up the phone seemingly to various number of people in the GA hierarchy, he got back to me and said, don't do it. This is not going to end well. This will finish your refereeing career and you'll never referee an All-Ireland final. Luckily, I knew I had the support of a lot of friends within the LGBT community who had said that this move would help carry the referendum maybe in parts of the country where it had not been discussed before. Because the wonderful thing about the GA is it permeates every level of Irish society, irrespective of gender, class, sexuality, or race. And I said to John at the time, John, I'm not asking for permission to do this. I'm asking, do you want the story? And he said, okay. And on the Thursday before the game, the story was written and the photographs were taken. But at that stage, the story had started to trickle out. and it had moved from the national match officials manager through the corridors of power inside in Croke Park, where it eventually landed on the President and Ard Stewardhore's desk. And I was woken Saturday morning of the game at 7:30 with a phone call from the communications department in Croke Park saying, David, you can wear the wristband in the dressing room, but you can't wear it outside the dressing room. I said, God, Alan, I said, that's not going to go down too well. I don't agree with that. So we finished the conversation, and about 20 minutes later, the phone rang again. We'll allow you wear the wristband from the dressing room out through the tunnel to the edge of the pitch, but you can't step across the white line until you take it off. I said, Alan, I can't do that. What sort of signal or message is that going to give? The third phone call, just before 9 o'clock. David, you can't wear the wristband whatsoever. You're a referee within our association, and if you can't uphold the rules of our association, how can you go out on the pitch and ask others to uphold them under your guidance? I said, that's fine. You can deal with the fallout from this. I have a match to referee. I won't wear the wristband, but the story is written. And it was agreed with the Sunday Independent that the story wouldn't go out until after I threw up the ball at 7 o'clock. And the story was released at 7 o'clock, and I refereed the match. And what I didn't realise was that what had been agreed to be a very small story about a positive message inside in Croke Park, which was supposed to be in the sports section of the Sunday Independent, ended up on the front page of the main newspaper. And that, again, is a frightening scenario. And it passed, and I did a couple of media interviews in the week following. And the GAA then stood in. From refereeing inside in Croke Park, Division 1, the two best teams in the country, live on Sky Sports, I was sent down to Cashel and Tipperary. To this day, the lowest ever ranked game I've refereed, in a club ground, not even a county ground. And the head of the appointments committee rang me and said, we'll dictate your matches, we'll decide where you go. We don't ever want to see that wristband again. Put it away, don't let it see the light of day, and if you want to continue refereeing, that's what's going to happen. And that's quite a firing shot to come from the GAA. I was very young, only starting off my refereeing career, and it took almost 18 months to get back in to referee a senior inter-county game in Croke Park again. And I had learned my lesson. The wristband stayed hidden. It didn't come out, and my sexuality was never mentioned again for 4 more years. And you can imagine in a hierarchical, male-dominated GAA institution, it is very hard to bring up anything around sexuality. Only last year, the first ever female was put on to the management committee inside in Croke Park. So you can see what I was up against. In a chance meeting in December of 2018 with Valerie Mulcahy, Cork's 10-time All-Ireland winner, we met at an LGBT radio interview with Off the Ball and had a coffee afterwards. And Valerie said to me, look, David, we need to bring this back to the GAA. It's time to move on. The referendum has passed. If the GAA truly is representative of grassroots around the country, surely at the highest level it has changed as well. And I'll bring the whole weight of support of the LGFA behind me. Luckily, the one good thing about the GAA is its hierarchy changes every 3 years, with an incoming president and newly appointed people on each committee. And we knew John Horan, and we sat down and met him in January 2019 and asked him for 3 things. Could we fly a pride flag in Croke Park? Absolutely not. It can't be done. It's the Leinster hurling weekend, and it won't happen. Just last month, they passed hidden legislation within the GAA, only to fly GAA and Croke Park and county flags inside the stadium. For Pride this year, they flew the pride flag outside the stadium on the museum, but never inside. We asked him, could we get a message on the screen to support LGBT members within the GAA? And he said, no, it's a Leinster Council gig. We can't do that. And I looked at Valerie And she said, well, John, we've one more thing to ask. Can we at least walk in pride? And he sat there, and he's a secondary school principal, and he said, leave it with me. John now talks about that moment when Valerie and I left his office, arm in arm, as he watched our backs leave his presidential office inside in Croke Park. And he says, at that time, we looked like any, and I hate this word, normal couple, leaving his office. And he realized then that we were two very different people who were struggling because of our sexuality within the association. And he made a presidential decision at that time. This is key. He made the decision. It has never been passed or ratified by any board or committee or management committee inside in Croke Park to allow us to walk in the GA in 2019. And it was a turning point. It was a massive turning point within the GA, because finally there was acceptance of who we were as people. And I can remember that June morning where we gathered outside the Cusack stand to walk in pride. And the GA had paid celebrities from around the country to come and walk in pride because they were afraid of the small numbers of people that would show up. And with Catherine Lynch, Micheál Hertig arrived for a while, Joe Brolly. And what can only be described as something that you'd see on the local Slane St. Patrick's Day parade, marched from Croke Park up to Parnell Square to walk in the Dublin parade. There was no money put into it, and we were only allowed to carry flags that the GA had in the storeroom underneath. There was nothing with pride colours. But it was a defining moment for the LGBT community in the GA, because we completed the walk in the Pride Parade, and slowly but surely John Horan saw sense, and things started to change within the GA. Immediately, a diversity and inclusion work group was set up to look at gender identity. The GA were the first ever non-governing sporting body in the country to appoint a diversity and inclusion officer, and she is still there to this day. The GPA have now come on board and taken over the mantle and held a pride brunch for the first time ever this year in Dublin, which was massively attended by female and male athletes, straight, gay, and their allies, which was a huge moment for those within the GAA who are part of our community to see so many allies turn up to something that we never thought they would. And over the last 2 years, 2 separate clubs, one in Belfast, Éireachta Ulla, and one in Dublin, na Gael Éireachta, the Rainbow Gaels, have been set up as LGBT inclusive clubs within the GA to rival even the greatest of LGBT clubs within the capital, and they are thriving. And the GA was very worried about the setting up of na Gael Éireachta. It took a long time for Dublin County Board to allow them to register because they were worried about the potential of referee match reports arriving in with reports of homophobic language. But what Dublin County Board didn't realise was that this was a social outlet for members of the LGBT community, a social outlet where they could meet and train together, go for a drink after training with their friends, discuss matches from the weekend, or go to matches all around the country. And the GAA has taken huge strides, but only because they're starting to create an environment that is safe and welcoming for members of the LGBT community. Most of you might work in corporations that are concentric. That means that there's someone at the middle and a team all around them. And you feed back into team leaders, and there's feedback, and it goes in every direction. It's almost like a spider web. Probably the best type of organization to have if you're running big corporations. However, the GA is hierarchical, and it has a very clear leadership structure from the top down to the bottom. And for a number of years, it never felt that it could create the space for people to come out within their ranks. Inside in Croke Park, it is split into 2 separate entities, the GA itself and the people who run the stadium. And for the first time ever, we are starting to see people come out inside the walls of Croke Park and be who they are. within the GAA. I can tell you, John Horan's permission that was given to me and to Valerie in 2019 brought about a lot of self-acceptance. And from self-acceptance comes great self-confidence. If you take any message away from this talk this morning, that self-acceptance breeds great self-confidence. And I'm testament to that, and I can honestly say that when I was given the opportunity to referee the All-Ireland final in 2019, I performed at the highest level ever within my refereeing career. Not because I was any better than I was the year after or any less than I am now, but because of the self-confidence that I got a couple of months beforehand by self-acceptance and acceptance within the association. And for many of you that are working in businesses out there, you don't know what way anyone is coming to work in the morning. You don't know what mindset they're coming in, what they're leaving behind, what baggage they're carrying with them, not only in relation to sexuality, but many other facets of life. My challenge to you is to create that environment for the people in your work, to allow them to bring them full selves to work and to be exactly who they are, to help them with their self-acceptance and to give them the self-confidence to work as best that they can be, and to create the environments where they feel safe, welcomed, and trusted. And it's not an easy thing. It's not an easy thing to create those environments. They're not easy conversations sometimes to have. Often when I go to businesses and they ask about, what can we do for Pride Week? And they try to make a big deal out of Pride Week. And I'm saying, well, what are the conditions you create in here, week in, week out, to allow your staff be themselves and be happy about being part of the LGBT community? Can they talk openly about their sexuality, where they were at the weekend, what they did, or who their partner is? Are those discreet conversations had at the water cooler? Or are you afraid because you might know that they're gay and you're afraid what they might tell you? Or maybe you don't know the language and are frightened to ask. And it's education. It revolves around education. If we can educate people to create these environments, to help them understand the language, to help them understand the difficulties that we face and the obstacles that are put in front of us, well, slowly things will start to change, just like they started to change in the GAA. And for any allies that are out there, it's a call also to you to stand up by our sides. Belong to have a lovely slogan that they use for Stand-Up Week, where when everyone comes into our world, nobody needs to come out. And not to be bystanders in relation to homophobic or transphobic language, but to be upstanders and to call it out for what it is and to create that safe and inclusive environment. Finally now, at 38 years of age, I'm living a full life as a human being within the GAA. That's very sad that it took 38 years for that to happen, and that for the best part of my youth, I had to hide who I was, what I believed in, and what my sexuality was. But slowly, through change, education, visibility, and these types of talks, the environment is changing. Workplace is a safer and more inclusive environment, and I hope that continues. Are we finished yet? Not close to it. There's a long way to go, and there's a long way to go still within the GAA, but we will get there. I'd like to wish you all the very best of luck over the coming week, and thanks for having me.
David Goff, everybody. Thank you. Love to open the floor. As you know, we do want to get your questions. We want to get your opinion. So if you do have a question from any of our keynote speakers or any of our panels, please throw your hands up and ask. If you've got a question for David, throw your hands up and I'll keep my steps moving now. Anyone got a question? Yeah, over here. Lads, my step count will be up. I'll be delighted. Stand up for me.
Hi, thank you. That was so good and so interesting. I just wanted to ask, I know it's not about apology, but I wanted to know, did any of the bad guys in the story ever come back to you and realise their wrongs and apologise, like after a couple of years or anything?
The one thing I can definitely say about the GA is that it doesn't do apologies at any level. I can remember making a mistake myself in a very high-profile match in Croke Park at All-Ireland semi-final stage, and a couple of months later stating that I was wrong and apologising. And the GA were not happy with that. They don't do apologies, and there's not a chance they're going to apologise anytime soon.
David, I have another question here for you.
Sure.
Do you want to stand up for us? Just so the cameras can see it as well.
Hiya, that was an awesome speech. Thank you very much. With the progress that's been made, do you think you could ever see a time when trans people are supported in the GAA, playing as their gender?
Yeah, I do actually see a time where that is going to happen. The GAA actively moved very quick on that. And when you think back to 2015, where they wouldn't even recognise that they had LGBT members within the association, to jump forward 4 years later in 2019, to allow us walk in pride, but immediately come out afterwards and back it up with a D&I officer, but to go straight to the core of one of the departments inside in Croke Park and set up a gender diversity work group. And immediately, within a month, they had TENI and Belong To and LGBT Ireland in on those committees. So that working paper has come to fruition, and there is recommendations in relation to that. And I do see a move within the GAA for things to change. The funny thing about Sport Ireland and the way Sport Ireland works, normally the GAA takes the lead, even though it's a volunteer organisation. It's the one that has the greatest reach and the greatest influence around the country. So you have the other governing bodies like the FAI and the IRFU all holding back at the moment and waiting to see what the GAA produce and how then that they're going to change that for their own organisations. But it is coming down the line.
Thank you, David. Just a question here.
Thank you. Hey, David, thanks for that brilliant talk. I coach a lot of boys in my club, right? And a few months ago I spoke to them, the under-14s, the under-15s, about Aisling Murphy and respect for women and all that sort of stuff. Is there anything you wish your coaches had done for you as you were coming up through the grades? Is there anything I could do, we could do as coaches in the GA to help?
You probably have the most, I suppose, group of young people that can be influenced the most at that young age. Quite often, I might do talks in second-level schools because I feel that's where the problem is and where it arises. And particularly when I go out for stand-up week or smile week or whatever it's called, I will always ask to speak to the GA team, the senior GA team in the school, separately, because they're the ones that seem to have the greatest problem. That's where the language and the homophobic language starts. And as a coach, I would always invite the coach in to challenge the type of environment that was created in the dressing room, because I've been in that environment. I sat in the dressing rooms with the Colm O'Rourke's, who were my manager, and listened to the type of language that was used. And every time, even though it might not have meant to be offensive, every time you hear a joke being told and the word faggot is used, or queer, or bender, you're sitting there in that dressing room and it just chips away at your confidence. And you're sitting there thinking, I can never come out to these people who are my friends because this is the way they think about people who are part of my community and my sexuality. And it's education. And I always say this, it can be unlearned. It's a learned behavior. They're not born with that type of language or with homophobia, so it can be unlearned. But it's through education, it's through standing up and calling out that type of language, but also just making them aware of it. And if you spoke about Aisling at the time, that was a hugely significant moment for young men in the GA and in history in Ireland, that those conversations could finally be had. It's terrible that it took something so tragic. And I wouldn't like to see us have to wait for something so bad to happen within our community. But start the conversation early and teach them the right language to use.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thanks, David. As always, people are getting in touch from home. If you want to ask a question, we're picking up all your tweets, and so #WorkWithPride, i.e. we can pick up the questions ahead of time if you want to tweet us or anything like that. But Mark from Dublin says, if you could do anything different about your journey, would you?
Yes. The one thing I would change about my journey would be telling my friends an awful lot earlier. And I'm not giving this as a piece of advice to anyone who might be listening, thinking about coming out, because not everyone might have the support of family or friends, and maybe that's why they haven't come out. But I felt very upset when I spoke to my teammates in Slane in relation to their reaction when I told them I was gay. These were people who I had been in school with from the age of 7, been at their birthday parties, gone to secondary school with, grown up with, been at their weddings, their children's baptisms, and still I didn't find it comfortable to let them know my secret. And I was very upset with myself when they said, "We don't really care, David, about your sexuality. We just want you to be happy, and we want you to play football with us. We want you to be sitting in the pub here in Slane having a drink with us. Why are you pulling yourself back from all of that just because you've come out?" And it was a real eye-opener for me. And it's the one thing, Paul, that I would change in my journey, is I would have given people a greater opportunity to support me earlier. If I hadn't known, I would have had that support.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for David Goff, everybody.
Thanks, Paul.
And from one trailblazer on to the next generation and talent of tomorrow. I'm delighted to be joined for this panel discussion by our moderator, Siobhan Kangataran, EDI Manager with MTU, and our panellists. We've Niamh Frowley, who's the Director of People, Governance and Operations with Cork Chamber, Maeve Richardson, the Vice President of Equality and Citizenship with USI, Nutawad Nutchanat, former VP of MTU's Students' Union and Work with Pride Committee, David O'Mara, Quality Engineer with Merck Group. Round of applause, everybody.
Oh, this is wonderful. Look at this. We're so fortunate to be here. Thank you all so much. As Paul said, yes, I'm Siobhan, and to my left here I have Niamh, then I have Zach, and I have Maeve, and I have John, just so you know who we all are. I'm just delighted to be here to be talking about the talent of tomorrow. And I suppose I should warn you a bit in advance, if you're expecting a very formal, professional interview, they've chosen the wrong people for this. We've been getting on very well. I'm glad our mics weren't turned on back in the green room. So you can enjoy our chat as we discuss this topic today. But starting with this topic, and we're delighted to have this as the first panel discussion today, the talent of tomorrow. So why is that an important topic for us to be discussing? And why is that the first subject that we're discussing as a panel? Niamh, I'm going to go to you first to open up our discussion.
Thanks, Siobhan. I think, if the pandemic has taught us anything, it's the whole world of work has changed. We're hearing all these things about the great resignation, the war for talent, and I think people, how they work have changed, their values have changed, their priorities have changed, and they really want something different. So I think even how we're working today, as in actually today, is going to be different to how we're working next year. So I think it's really important. I think employers, for sure, need to be looking at what the talent of tomorrow need and want if they want to remain competitive.
That makes sense, and because even in our discussions for this, we were talking about what we wanted even from the panel was different from what we might have wanted in the past. And like Zach, you were saying about how what we expect from our work is different. Do you want to elaborate on that?
And I also want to add further that we live in such a interconnected world now where there's people from all different race, different background, culture, and at the end of the day, yes, we're in an organizational context, but we should keep in mind we're working with one another as human beings, and therefore having something like a strategic framework that highlights components such as policy development, internal and external engagement, or learning and development is crucial, because we want to also highlight what we're doing and where we want to go. So therefore, including metrics, measurable metrics, to identify how we are progressing is also very important. And that should be the bottom line where what we deserve as well going into any industry.
That makes sense. And so do we think then, the talent of tomorrow, do you think that they expect something different as a minimum when they're coming into the workforce?
Definitely. We've transitioned from, as a community, being like, oh, we're tolerated, that's absolutely fine. We're now at the point where acceptance is the absolute bare minimum. And it's supporting ourselves in the workplace, companies helping us create community through societies and equality working groups, and allowing pronoun badges, having a gender-neutral bathroom in the workplace. Smaller businesses, taking the opportunity to just have a conversation among your staff about acceptance in the workplace and, just making places as friendly as possible. And that should be reflected in our legislation as well. The Equality Status Act needs to go a bit further. If you check out the annual report for the Irish Human Rights Equality Commission 2021, you'll see how many people called about employment rights problems. And yeah, Ireland has been such a leader around equality matters, with the Gender Recognition Act and the Marriage Equality Referendum of 2015. Where Ireland leads, let the world follow. So we should really continue to be leaders in acceptance in the workplace.
Absolutely. Even to that point then as well, from David's speech there, he was saying, we need to create an environment and challenge ourselves. And it takes a village, people. You can't just have one person pushing that. So I suppose it's really opening our minds and making sure that we are inclusive to all other kind of people from different backgrounds, and continuous development, basically, because it's a natural human instinct to challenge and continuously drive continuous development. So I suppose it's with the workplace we need to move with the times as well there, for sure.
No, that makes sense. So then, if they're thinking of how do we create those safe, inclusive spaces? What do we think the talent of tomorrow, even when they're looking at prospective employers, what would they even want to see advertised?
I think, going back to highlighting all those key different components that I discussed earlier, there's that component, but then, we always ask what the organization is doing. They can create the wonderful, engaged and safe environment, but we also should ask ourselves, when we do get involved in an organization, what do we want to contribute? Because, it takes two to really engage and make things happen and really break down barrier. So as a person of color, I pretty much in any situation I get involved in and then say, well, there's no culture events in this component for Asian. I don't sit around and wait. I know that the organization will support. We got to stand up and get involved as well, and taking that initiative in our own hand. Because, say, for example, what we're doing today. Some of us would like to attend and show our presence within an event like this, which is brilliant because it shows that DNI or DEI or whichever one you want to prefer, it matters. Or you want to even engage on a higher level where join a committee, take a leadership role. So I think it's also about identifying what the organization is doing, but then also what we as individuals can do and contribute to the organization and the wider community as well.
Yeah, I think people want to see that strategic alignment. I think that's a very fancy word for saying they want to see that people or the organization is kind of doing things for them so that they feel valued, that they can come to work and be their true self. And let's face it, if it's not kind of in the strategy of the organization, then, it's maybe ad hoc or piecemeal. So I think maybe David said earlier about, not having that one person leading all the time, that it's full cross-company buy-in.
Absolutely. I suppose it's so important to have companies that aren't just talking the talk, they're, actioning what they're saying and really wanting to make that an inclusive environment, having initiatives within the companies and within organizations to really kind of engage with their employees and have that kind of symbiotic relationship where from the senior level down where they have a message to kind of put out, it's also from the lower level up, or, that we want to create this environment to include people. I'll give a really good example from the Merck Group. They began on one of their sites what's called a culture kitchen. So it's basically taking different cultures, they basically go to the canteen, and people from all different backgrounds would basically meet up, and they would teach other employees languages, or they would introduce them to their different dishes, or their delicacies, or even idioms. So I think that that's really eye-opening, because you can meet people you'd have never met before and teach them your language. And I think it really gives a different perspective for a lot of people and opens up a really inclusive environment there. So it's actions like that that we really need in companies to keep driving.
Okay, I love that.
I would like to also add on to what David had said in terms of from an employee or who's getting involved in an organization and the engagement part. Don't be afraid to make mistake. Like as an ally, don't be afraid to say something wrong. We are people of courage living in an imperfect world. So then therefore mistake can happen, and therefore we got to learn from one another, engage and be fearless in wanting to learn and support one another.
And it's having that culture of open-mindedness in your workplace, that you will make mistakes, that we're all learning together. And it's also, having the initiatives to support LGBT people in the workplace and people of all sorts of diversity and minorities, whether you're a person of colour, you're disabled, or you're a woman who feels disempowered in the workplace, but it's also not standing for homophobia and transphobia in the workplace and making sure it's not swept under the carpet. We can spend as many days, putting up rainbow flags in the office, but as long as your human resources department might hide something, or your trade union rep mightn't be allowed in the workplace to back you up when something happens, then what's the point? And if you have someone in the workplace, let's say Mick is in the background making comments, using bad words. Mick isn't using, sorry if anyone is called Mick in the audience. Mick keeps using language or misgendering someone. It's, as a workplace, making sure you're not going to take Mick's crap. And that we know that as a workplace, as an organisation, that you won't stand for that behaviour. It doesn't matter if Mick is, you can't change Mick. We can change Mick. Mick learned how to use WhatsApp for the first time last year. He can certainly change.
I do think it's important, though, the approach we take with that, because I think if you take an aggressive approach towards someone, it almost looks like it's radicalized. Like, no, you need to conform to what I'm saying here. It's about educating each other and, building that allyship there. It's, look, Mick, what you said there isn't really appropriate, but, I get your point. It mightn't be the point I like, but this, if you want to have a talk about it, I'm happy for discussion. And opening the conversation, because I think if you go really harsh in, you're closing that conversation, and Mick's taking that home with him. And he's like, I hate all people in that community, or all people from that race, or anything like that. So it's really kind of taking a step back and saying, I need to really be level-headed here and allow Mick to understand my perspective, or at least show my perspective.
I love that. And poor Mick, before he gets any more bashing. But you've touched on, right, I've heard lots of great points there already. It sounds like there is no one-size-fits-all approach, but there is a follow-up performance with action. So much as we love the beautiful Pride flags or the Pride logos, it's what's following that up. And you've given some good examples, but do you want to share any more about good practice? What would that look like for any of the companies out there that are watching today going, oh, I thought we were being inclusive. How can we be more if this is how we're supposed to attract the talent of tomorrow?
Absolutely. I think it's important to kind of look at your policies and kind of look from the internal out, because it's one thing to kind of say, we brand, we're going to put a rainbow flag or a rainbow symbol on our company and we're good to go. It's kind of looking internally and saying, what can we do to really kind of drive inclusivity here?
Yeah, because you can have diversity and not be inclusive.
Yeah,
exactly.
So it's trying to get that right, isn't it?
Yeah.
You could have a high level of diversity on your team, and then people can, don't feel included, don't feel they're involved in the decision making, don't feel valued. So it's trying to strike that balance between diversity and inclusion.
And I think from an organization to organization perspective, as we keep mentioning, there's no one-size-fits-all, because, say, for example, you could have a big multinational corporation who have billions of dollars and they can definitely invest into a huge program and so forth, but then what happened to the small and medium-sized company? But then that's why we live in one of the, I'm going to be a bit biased, I've been living here for a while, but we live in one of the best cities in the world, because if organizations don't have the resources, well, guess what? Cork gives you the resources. If you want to work in discussion in terms of LGBT matter, and you know what? There's Gay Cork Project there to support you. There's Link, and there's so many other resources across the board. And you know, and if there isn't one, let's work together and actually move the ball ahead.
I love that. Sorry.
It is putting money where your mouth is. You know, supporting these initiatives like the companies who've sponsored this event is such a big stride, because that's something that maybe wouldn't have happened in previous decades. But the fact that companies are willing to sponsor Pride events, that they're willing to invest in equality and diversity training, is just such a good step in the right direction. And Ireland is brilliant for that. But it's also looking at where your corporation's money is going and ensuring that it is going to sources that are, you know, supporting LGBT communities, and those values transcend to every part of your company. But I just want to say thank you again to the people who helped make this event happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely. And even to that point as well, it's kind of past Pride, it's even, you know, we have the month of June, that's Pride, that represents the Stonewall riots and the protests. But we also, you know, it's throughout the year we should be kind of having that inclusivity as well and working with that. So working with organizations like Belong To, you know, who are really strong educators in the field of LGBTQIA plus rights, and kind of even bringing it back to basics. So you know, companies can start from scratch. How do I make a more inclusive environment? And kind of going with these companies who are specialists in the field. I think that that's really important as well.
I love this. You're already working through all the questions, so I don't even have to do anything. I just get to relax. So I was going to ask, like, what are some of the barriers? But you've already touched on some of them. But are there any other barriers? What's holding companies back from being as inclusive as possible?
Yeah, I think some of it is lack of education, lack of knowledge, fear of the unknown, fear of, like you were saying, Zach, getting it wrong, saying the wrong thing. Maybe actually not even recognizing that you know, it's something that they need to be involved in. I heard a good quote yesterday, I'm going to read it out because I'll get it wrong. And it said, an illusion unquestioned becomes your reality. And, you know, obviously we were preparing for today and I was thinking, you know, lots of people don't see that there's an issue. They don't recognize their own bias. They don't recognize that, oh, sure, that's not, doesn't.
Someone else's problem.
Someone else's problem.
So how do we do that? How do we tackle some of these barriers? How do we help people overcome this?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, partnerships is really, really important. And I know you were talking about some of the Pride networks earlier. But, I mean, I think partnerships in terms of all the diversity, whether it's disability, race, the members of the travelling community, I think, like, there's so many good things, like you were saying, Zach, happening in Cork. There's so many good organisations. You don't have to know everything. You don't need to do everything on your own.
Okay,
you know,
I love
just
that.
partnering with
That's
those,
it. So often we kind of take on the pressure. We think we need to start from scratch and we need to produce something. But it sounds like actually there's already lots of great organisations and groups out there that we can draw wisdom from, draw lived experience from, and amplify their work, it sounds like.
Even though if we take it from an internal approach as well, it's listening to those who are part of these communities and who are part of these minorities as well. Even to Zach's point, you know, that it's just ask the question. Don't feel like you cannot ask the question, or don't feel like, you know, scared to say something. You know, we live in a world where cancel culture is there, and it's kind of getting past that. We cannot live in that world. It is not sustainable. It's not the right approach at all. So it's about listening to those who have those needs and, you know, are driving for ERG, so employee resource groups within companies as well, so that the resources are there and that there is a kind of, you know, an intersection between management in the company and the employees themselves.
I like that. It sounds like it touches back to your point about creating spaces where you're not putting an obligation on people to be educators, but you're creating an environment where people can volunteer to be educators.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, maybe you touched on that as well, but not everyone wants to be an ambassador.
Yeah, not everyone wants to be the educator answering every single person like, what does the B stand for again? You don't want to be explaining that every day, and that's why it kind of needs to be more company culture and understanding so that you aren't being exhausted with parades of questions. But it is good that people have that curiosity, but it is making sure that you have those resources that you can kind of give to people. So you can be a signpost for people to go on their own educational journey to learn more about the LGBT community. So like Mick, I'm going to tell Mick to belong to his website.
Sorry,
Poor Mick, poor Mick.
No, but that's great. So again, I'm hearing action over performance. I'm saying, like, I'm hearing, like, there's no one answer, but any effort, any answer. Letting go of perfectionism, giving yourself permission to try and to fail, to get it wrong, to accept we will never have this all figured out. We are all learning, and we're all going to do that together. Okay, so I'm conscious of time, and I appreciate there's a busy schedule today, so I'm now going to ask, before we finish up today, what do you think, what one thing, as small or as big as you think, what one thing could organisations or people do to leave today? What could they do differently to be more inclusive in their organisations for this talent of tomorrow? What do we think? What's your one thing?
I've two, sorry.
Okay.
Already I'm going to break
At
the
least
rules.
one thing.
I think there's two main elements of this. I think you can be a great employer, you can be inclusive, you can have a really diverse team, but actually I think our place brand, so Cork, I think has a really important role to play as well. I read another quote, I'm not all about quotes, but I saw this one as well and I just thought it was very relevant for today. Charles Landry, he's an international advisor on the future of cities. And he said 15 years ago, 80% of people said they would choose a company before the city. But today, 64% choose the city before they choose the company. I think that's a massive stat and something not to be ignored, actually. So I think, City Council, all the stakeholders in Cork have a role to play in making Cork a really good and attractive offering. Nice. And then I think, obviously, the companies need to follow suit.
One small ask for the City
Yeah,
Council.
sure, just
nice.
something
Just
small.
fine.
Yeah.
Zach, over to you.
I got two as
Oh,
well.
my goodness. I'm sorry.
Going back to having a strategic framework with measurable metrics to actually identify how we are progressing, where we are, and also where we're not progressing as well, and also tackling those issues. And the second point is cultivating an environment for success, because we can have the framework, we can have our point of views, but we also need to ensure that we want to have people as welcome as possible and also encourage them to succeed. Hold on, there goes my English. Fearlessly. There you go.
Thank you, Zach. Maeve?
For me, it would be sitting down with you and everyone you work with and just thinking about challenging your own unconscious bias and the assumptions you have about any communities that exist within your workplace, and just making sure that you're not operating on stereotypes and just doing your very best and being open to education.
I hope Mick is listening to that now.
Poor Mick. And David, just finish up with you.
I definitely think it's, having the conversation with your colleagues. I suppose it's, what is missing, or what can we do to really, drive continuous development? What can we do to make an environment more inclusive is the one thing. So it's whether it's, hold workshops where you start from basics, you open the floor to questions that you don't think you would have ever been able to get the answer to because you were too scared to ask. Yeah. I think it's so important that an employer allows that to happen, so that, we're not having issues down the line where someone said the wrong thing, or, someone took it too far. It's really just, listening to those around you and being able to know what resources you have there. Whether someone's shouting for an employee resource group, where someone's shouting for a policy change, it's listen to that. I think it's really important.
That is wonderful. Thank you all so much. You've shared some really helpful insights and also, I think, some practical actions that all of us can take away today. And the wonderful news is you're about to have a short break, so you can implement some of these actions right now by wandering around the room and having a chat and talking to people about how you can action some of these items when you go back to your organisation. And then I believe the next panel will be by my colleague Avril Hutch, Director of EDI in UCC, talking about the importance of EDI in the workplace. But can I just give a round of applause to my wonderful speakers here and the excellent
Thank you so much to Siobhan and the panel for moderating this panel discussion, and to our guest panelists for sharing their perspectives and experiences with us. Thank you so, so much. One more time for our panel and Siobhan, everybody. And so with that, we'll take a short 10-minute break so you can get up, stretch your legs, grab some tasty treats at the back of the room, and we'll see you back in 10 minutes sharp. Now, I mean sharp, not drag time, for the second half of our conference. Enjoy your break.
as bad as you. Just as bad as you. Just as bad as you.
I've been alone for what seems like forever. Try to hold it together, but I'm losing my grip. I need someone who can make me feel better. Wrap me up in a sweater, treat my pain with a kiss. Then suddenly you are here, inside my head, everywhere. Where did you come from? I'm wondering, baby, are you made up of for real? Say, can you feel what I feel? 'Cause I can tell if I'm just dreaming. I wish I had a girl like you, and wish you could be real, but you're not really here. And I don't wanna wake up without you, but tonight is gonna have to do. If I'm gonna get with a girl like you, I fade away. Every day you're not with me. Maybe now that you've showed me what love could be like, what can I say? I know it sounds like I'm crazy, but I need to believe in you to get through my life. Then suddenly you are here, inside my head, everywhere. Where did you come from? I'm wondering, baby, are you made up of for real? Say, can you feel what I feel? 'Cause I can tell if I'm just dreaming. Baby, there ain't nobody like you. Do you feel the same? 'Cause I got high hopes. Do you want the same? 'Cause baby, all I got is high hopes. Do you feel the same? Do you want me, babe? Or is it just a game? 'Cause I got high hopes. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Maybe I'm crazy, but something in my mind tells me it's easy to make you come around. I think you want me the same way I want you, almost too easy. Baby, there ain't nobody like you. No, it's true. Could do the things you do just like you. Baby, there ain't nobody like you. Do you feel the same? 'Cause I got high hopes. Do you want the same? 'Cause baby, all I got is high hopes. Do you feel the same? Do you want me, babe? Or is it just a game? 'Cause I got high hopes. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Do you feel the same? 'Cause I got high hopes. Do you want the same? 'Cause baby, all I got is high hopes. Do you feel the same? Do you want me, babe? Or is it just a game? 'Cause I got high hopes.
When I hear that groove, I forget about me and you. Things we used to do, it's all in.
5 minutes?
I've been alone for what seems like forever. Try to hold it together, but I'm.
Hey everyone. So we are going to get started in about 5 minutes. So 5 minutes.
You think you know me? Say I'm as cold-hearted as they come. You think I'm slowly cutting my ties with you, that I'm done. Here's what you don't know. Feelings, they grow slow. I've just been caring for mine. Now I can feel it. Now I believe it. Baby, tonight is the night.
club will go all night. I see you in the back, the mood is right. If I just had your number, I would let you know how I feel. You walk up to me, start dancing to the music, energies like this was meant to be. Take my hand, I feel my heart beat, and I don't want this moment to stop. Time to go home, don't want this night to end. Yeah, about time we stop pretending. Come home with me, let's write a history. Tonight I'll make you see it's all about us. It's all about us. As we're dancing close together, making out. It's all about us. It's all about us. There's a magic in your eyes, can't get enough. Feel your hands, the way you're touching me around my neck. Got chills down my back, you do it right. The way you're holding me, no, I don't want this moment to stop. No need to fight it, I cannot hide it. We won't regret it, so come with me, maybe we're meant to be. A perfect melody, and I don't want this moment to stop. Time to go home, don't want this night to end. Yeah, about time we stop pretending. Come home with me, let's write a history. Tonight I'll make you see it's all about us. It's all about us. It's all about us. As we're dancing close together, making out, making out. It's all about us. It's all about us. There's a magic in your eyes, can't get enough. I can't get enough. Oh, it's all about us. It's all about us. It's all about us.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can get everyone to take to their seats, we will continue the conference. And don't forget, at the end of the conference, everyone will have a chance to network and mingle and eat more cupcakes. I'm saving mine for later. So again, if I can get everyone to please take their seats. I feel like a school teacher.
Sit down.
Now, thank you so much, everybody, for taking your seats. For those of you who were sitting on time, thank you very much. For the rest of you, an hour's detention after class. Welcome back, everyone. We hope you're enjoying the conference so far. Hopefully you had a chance to grab a gorgeous cupcake, a bit of a drink, so you can sit back, relax, and take everything in with our next panel of speakers and what they have to say. And please, 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 we urge you to get involved with today's conference. Work with Pride IE is our hashtag, and of course our across socials at Work with Pride IE. So we urge you to send tweets, ask questions, and just really, really get involved with today's conference. And of course, if you're from home, welcome. You didn't get a cupcake, haha. And we're on to our next panel discussion of the day, the importance of diversity, equity and inclusion in the workplace. I'm joined by moderator Avril Hutch, who is the Director of EDI with UCC, and our panellists, Learning and Development Manager with Apple, Michael Barry, Senior Operations Associate with Stryker, Lorna Connor, and Business Intelligent Dupai Since is Robin Coleman. Please put your hands together for Avril and the panel.
This might be right.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Pride. And we're delighted to be here with you today. And I have my wonderful panelists, Micheál, Lorna, and Robin. And I have spent this week celebrating Pride with my colleagues up in UCC. And I wanted to share a story about a little family that I saw yesterday visiting the Rainbow Walkway on the UCC campus. So our three little kids came in especially for Pride with their mum, and when they saw the Rainbow Walkway, their first instinct was to lie down on it and make rainbow angels. So I hope we can bring a little bit of that rainbow magic to the conversation today. So that's, I suppose, we're celebrating on the campus today, but Micheál, can you tell me a little bit about how Apple is celebrating Pride this week?
Absolutely. So for us, obviously we celebrate Pride across the entire year, but this past week we've had some volunteering. So we have a large community in Cork and a large community that are based across the island of Ireland. So we invited everybody to participate in some virtual volunteering that we did. And then tomorrow we've got Ollie Pike, who is a children's writer and illustrator, who will be doing a talk for us. And of course the highlight of the week is going to be on Sunday at the Pride Parade, so we're really looking forward to that.
You'll be there in force, I imagine.
We'll be there, about 250 of us.
Wow.
There's no way you're going to escape us.
Amazing, brilliant. What about you, Lorna?
So I suppose we're going to be snapping at Micheál's ankles there to chase him up the road. We've had a lot of fun, obviously. It's all all roads are leading to the parade on Sunday. We're doing a cross-campus trip to Pride. So we're having like a breakfast together and then all heading off together. Some people are bringing their smallies and stuff to make it a bit of a family day out. We had loads of fun in June as well. We had Renee Van Meeding from Equality for Children in as a guest speaker, which is brilliant. So talking about, family challenges in not just the community, but like I suppose, people that are, looking into surrogacy in the country and the challenges they face. We also had an awful lot of fun on our Pride Day, so we had a lip sync battle that was drag themed. So yeah, it's just, I suppose, after COVID, bringing the fun back into it and celebrating, but also kind of highlighting some of the challenges that we face as well. So yeah, it was great.
Super. And Robin, you work from home. Is it nice to see support online? And I know there's many people streaming this today.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. And I know Johnson & Johnson are in the Pride Parade on Sunday. So I'm not sure what the ins and outs of that, what they're going to be doing. But we had a Pride event in June as well. We raised the flag and we celebrated Pride, basically. So yeah, it's really nice to see everybody getting out and supporting.
Brilliant. And I know we're surrounded by wonderful flags today. And I have to admit, I did earn our flag. So Damien, you have good company. And I suppose the flags and the symbolism is very important. But talk to me a little bit about climate and culture. So climate is about perceptions, culture is about behaviour and what people do. And Lorna, can you tell me a little bit about what that culture is like in Stryker?
To be honest, I think, compared to previous companies I've worked for, it's just part of the fabric of who we are, that, it doesn't matter where someone's from, what their identity is, who they love. Everyone has a place. And I think particularly, we have our own D&I team, but we also have a cross-campus SAFE, so it's Stryker Allies for Equality. We have those groups that just, I suppose, it's nurturing the culture, but also kind of challenging, things people may not be aware of, starting the conversations. But I think, it's part of our mission and values that everyone has a place. It doesn't matter where you've come from. You are important. No matter what. And I think, the leadership teams are just fantastic with kind of nurturing those groups and investing in those groups, which is so important. All the ERGs that a company may have are important, but I think behind any company, whether they be successful or not, your people are your backbone. Without your people, you've nothing. And I think investing in those and understanding that their engagement will come from your investment in them as people, not just as employees. So that can be very powerful.
And we all know the importance of strategic plans. We've heard about it from the previous panel, but ultimately, if it's not informed by the people who it's for, it's not going to work. And I know in Apple you've done a lot around, making sure it's institutionalized and that it's core to who you are and your values. So can you tell me a little bit about that, Michal?
Yeah, absolutely. I think a really important word for us is belonging and creating that sense of belonging for people. So we've had diversity network associations, or ERGs, as they're known by other names in other companies, for 35 plus years. So it's been a really important part of our fabric internationally. And in Cork, we have 4 diversity network associations: Pride at Apple, Women at Apple, Black at Apple, and Accessibility at Apple. And for us, it's really important that we share a message that, you don't have to be to belong, and that we invite people in, right? And we celebrate the intersectionality. And then from a business perspective, it's a really important part of how we measure our success as leaders. Are you creating that inclusive culture for people to do their best work? Are you presented with a diverse slate of candidates when it comes to your hiring? So all of these things are really important for us, and it's I guess, a manifest way of illustrating a value that's really important for us.
Yeah, great. And what about Johnson & Johnson? Robin, can you tell us a little bit about the culture there?
Yeah, the culture there, they have these credo values, and they're built into the whole aspect of the business. From every planning decision that they make, these values are included in it, and diversity and inclusion is one of those. They have metrics to measure how they're doing. They take it really, really seriously. The ERG that we have for Open and Out, we have senior leadership on the panel of that group, and I think that kind of empowers the whole company to say that, look, this is taken really seriously. Inclusivity and diversity is something that is at the very core of our beliefs, and they do great work on that. And there is a culture of diversity and inclusion across the campus and across the business. Regardless of ability, gender, sexual orientation, anything like that. So it does reap the rewards of it, I think.
Fantastic. And obviously there's some controversy around Pride and big companies sponsoring it. And can you tell me a little bit from an organizational perspective, how your companies have dealt with things like pinkwashing and how, we can do better and go beyond just the week of Pride? And Michal, I might start with you.
Yeah, absolutely. If I can turn your attention to the front cover of the magazine, you'll see a little teeny tiny Apple logo there. And that's the only place that you'll see the Apple Pride logo in any capacity for Cork Pride, because we turn our attention inward. Our participation at the Pride Parade is for our employees. It isn't about, plastering the logo everywhere to try and, articulate a value system. It's more than that for us. It's really all about our people. The pinkwashing thing is easy to understand when you've got grassroots community organizations who feel corporate entities are taking over, and that's never our intent when we show up at these types of events, right? We just want to support and to provide some degree of, I suppose, endorsement for the activities that people are doing in this space. I think.
Okay, no worries. Everyone's okay.
Everyone's okay. I thought it was a round of applause for a while. We definitely, I think, you look at the Pride Apple Watch wristband that we produced. That was produced as a direct response to customer demand. Our customers were asking for that. We had produced them for our employees as a kind of a token for them to participate in our Pride parades with. And then demand from customers was, please produce this for us. But the proceeds from those go to ILGA in Europe, and then to charities like GLSEN in the United States. So for us, it's really important that that's then fed back. And we have a strategic partnership with Product Red as well to help fight AIDS in Africa, and that's a really important part of what we do in the company as well too.
And you all come from global organizations, so I suppose how does that element work in terms of being in Ireland and having an international perspective? Lorna, can you tell me a little bit about that?
I think it can benefit you greatly because, the more perspective and I suppose more diverse the population is, the better it doesn't matter what you're talking about. Like I mentioned, our SAFE group, that's a global network across Stryker. So, we kind of share ideas and we learn from those people as well. And I think, you can kind of, you see in some countries, and it's something we've spoken about quite recently within our own group, that, you see some countries where they don't have the freedom to have events such as this, or, the culture in that particular country or the political climate. I think that you can kind of, you know, expand your allyship that way as well, and kind of, you know, understand that, you know, we've got quite a lot of privilege that others don't. And I suppose, you know, you can support from afar, but also you can challenge, you know, the challenges that other people have, and use a global network. You know, a global company does have quite a lot of impact. So I think, you know, if it's just one company doing it, but when many companies do, I think it has much more of an impact.
Impact and I suppose responsibility as well.
Yeah, definitely.
And that responsibility is something that the last panel reflected on in terms of what future graduates might look for when they come to be employed in one of those organisations. And Robin, I know that you're one of those people, so can you tell us what do you look for when you're looking for a job?
Yeah, so I'm a mature student. I'm just about to go into my final year of Business Information Systems at MTU. And I suppose for myself and my peers and my classmates, we're just coming out of internships and we're going into looking at graduate roles. And companies are really marketing to us quite aggressively for us to choose them for our roles. And I suppose the people I'm in college with, they're all 21, 22, so they would have been about 14 or 15 when the Marriage Equality Act passed. So they've grown up in a very different Ireland to what me as a millennial would have done even. So they go into companies and they just expect a base level of an EDI. They're not going to accept any company that doesn't have a really strong and concrete level of diversity and inclusion policy. And for myself, looking at companies, like for me, it's something I feel very strongly about. It's something that I would absolutely be one of my first questions that I'd ask a company. What is your policy on this? You know, how is the culture in the company? So yeah, I think it's something that you know, this year or this level of graduates are going to be looking for going forward.
And I suppose differentiating between what's real EDI and what's tick box EDI is going to be
Absolutely.
really important. So Lorna, how might Stryker differentiate themselves?
I think, to be honest, from a personal level, I suppose it's the first, you know, employer I've gone into openly gay, and that for me is something that, you know, I wouldn't have. I don't know what it was. It was just a feeling that I just could. You know, I've worked in different backgrounds, and you know, it would be that tick box, but you don't feel it. I think it's hard to, I suppose, explain, but when you just have this sense of comfort that you can just be yourself. Like, I suppose a lot of people would identify with having hidden for a long time, or, you know, different people may, you know, the period of time may be shorter for different people or longer for different people. But when you've hidden, you don't want to have to do that every day. You know, it's so nice to go in and just say, you know, are you seeing someone? Rather than, you know, if you're getting to know people, having, you know, visible employee resource groups that anyone can join, that it's not, you know, top level, or it's not just the people in the community, that, you know, you have strong allies and you promote allyship and have it as part of your, you know, your goals and objectives, to have the allyship training, have the education, remaining current with your education as well, and, you know, knowing what's going on, what challenges may rise for the community. There's so much, but I think just being able to feel that you can be yourself is mentally empowering, and obviously then the more yourself and open and comfortable you can feel in the workplace, the engagement then will just go through the roof, and everyone will benefit then. And it's just, it just flows then naturally, I suppose.
Yeah. I'm really glad you found somewhere where you can be yourself. It's really important. And you talked a little bit about maybe where you can't be yourself. And Micheál, can you talk to us a little bit about the concept of covering at work and what that might look like?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you're not familiar with it, a former vice president of Apple, actually, incidentally, Christy Smith, had done a lot of research into this area called covering, and it's the idea that you need to downplay or diminish aspects of your identity in order to thrive in the workplace. And that can be, you know, being in the closet if you're LGBTQ. It could be, if you're a woman of color, perhaps straightening your hair so that your hairstyle is perceived as more professional, or whatever the case may be. And the, I guess, psychic energy, for want of another word, that you spend on that, the time, the energy that you spend on covering your identity, you know, it's a cost to you as an individual, right? Whereas if you do have an opportunity to live with authenticity in the workplace, you can channel that energy into much more productive things, right? You can absolutely improve the way that you engage with other people. I had a conversation with Damien last week, and he was talking a bit about how, sometimes, when you're not out at work, you dread the conversation about what are you going to do at the weekend, right? Or what did you do at the weekend? And, people feel the need to then cover that element of their personality. But to be out of the closet and to not have to do that, I think is really empowering for people. Now, that said, of course, we're mindful that everybody's journey is their own. For many people, they may never feel comfortable coming out at work. They may separate the two and compartmentalize them, but the research itself is particularly enlightening. It covers quite a broad spectrum of different identities, so I would absolutely encourage people to have a look at it and to read through it.
Brilliant, thank you. And I suppose in terms of those intersecting identities, you've all mentioned, staff networks and different groups, and we know that intersectionality is a critical force in terms of addressing EDI effectively. So can you tell me how the different staff networks in your organizations maybe come together and reinforce, say, the celebration of something like Pride? And Robin, could I ask you maybe a little bit about your experience in Johnson & Johnson to begin with?
Yeah, I mean, they come together across all sorts of different different ways. They do things like, for example, recently I was working on a project that would attract more neurodiverse talent to the company. So, I mean, they're looking at diversity across many pillars, not just, the one, or not just, women in STEM, which would be kind of a big one for them, being such a manufacturing facility, that it's not just that they do across all sorts of diversity and inclusion aspects.
And Micheál, I know you mentioned some of the groups within Apple, and I know my colleague, Dr. Amanda Sonde, is going to be talking about racism shortly and how we deal with that in Irish society and how that intersects with LGBT identity as well. But can you tell me a little bit about, how those different groups in Apple work together?
Yeah, absolutely. At a very simple level, you could see it when we invite guest speakers on the campus. People like Karen Underwood, for example, we very much celebrate intersectionality through someone like Karen, who is Black, a woman, gay, and it's an opportunity for her to share her story around her intersectionality. Storytelling we find particularly effective, and being able to give people insight into the challenges that you face. The challenges I face as a white gay man are going to be very different to the challenges that a Black gay man might face, or a white woman may face. So we've got to try and get insight into other people's perspectives. The storytelling medium is really effective for that. So when we sit down and think about our programming for the course of the year, we try and think about, okay, what's the best possible way for us to articulate our story across all of these different diversity network associations in a way that really celebrates, belonging and giving people an opportunity to be their best selves in the workplace. So that for us is key.
Great. And Lorna, can you tell me, how can organizations, what's the next step? How can they reinforce that sense of belonging?
I think I've mentioned, kind of ingrain it into the absolute, fibre of your culture. In induction, people are given their, their security badges. They have a Pride lanyard. That's now our official lanyard on site, which is amazing. And that was just, the site leader saying, no, that's happening. I think just bringing it to everyday kind of, meetings and things like that, there's always a plan to progress. I think the education side of it is really important. We actually use a link training program. There's so many resources available just in Cork alone, but that's fantastic in terms of awareness and allyship training. We also kind of collaborate with our other ERGs, so SWIN is Strikers Women's Network, so we look at what they've got coming up ahead, and I think using all of your different employee resource groups, they'll do the work, invest in them, and they'll bring it to the next level, and they'll tell the leadership team what's needed, because, they'll hear it from, I suppose, the ground up. We have, product builders part of our team, we have members of the leadership team, so everyone is represented, and, you've got your allies, you've got your members of the community, and I think just having it as part of an everyday conversation. I think sometimes not being afraid to have a more difficult conversation, if someone is kind of afraid to ask something, no one learns. Whereas sometimes if someone means well and isn't sure about maybe terminology or what way someone might identify, keeping it simple, put your pronouns at the bottom of your email, because that just becomes the norm for everyone else to do it. And I think little things like that, sometimes the grander gestures aren't as meaningful, whereas it's the everyday thing. Someone starting new with the company gets their Pride lanyard and they know straight away, day one, they have a place there, they're safe there. So just ingrain it across every fibre of the culture. And it's not just, I suppose, you know, LGBTI awareness, it's, you know, visible, invisible disabilities. D&I is so broad, you know, it touches everyone, every facet of everyone's life. So, you know, keep the conversations going at every level of the business.
Yeah. And I think you make a really important point there. It's the quiet work that nobody sees. That's EDI. So you might think it's just putting a pronoun on a signature, but you have to talk to the people in IT. They have to approve, that has to go on. They have to code it in. There's a whole piece of work behind a simple gesture or a seemingly simple gesture. And sometimes the amount of time that takes, people may not appreciate it. So I think building up those together, that's what creates the culture and that's what makes people own things, because then the IT technician that worked on that is invested. That was his project. He did it. He'll help promote it. And I suppose from the perspective of Johnson & Johnson, Robin, can you tell me a little bit about maybe the silent heroes within the organisation, or the people who are doing that kind of work who you may not even think are EDI champions, but they really are?
Yeah, I think it's so ingrained across the whole company. I mean, if you look at the senior managers, like everything they do, and, you know, working on business plan for 2023, we're looking at ways, you know, of concrete metrics that we can measure how well the company is doing. And I think seeing the senior leaderships with that kind of investment in it, and it's just an everyday culture of, you know, this is how we are, this is the way that, you know, the environment that we promote. And those small little things of keeping the conversation open, and those small little things that make a difference to people, you know, that they're just kind of throughout the company really, and you do see them every day, and yeah, it's good to see.
Thanks, Robin. So, final question for you, Micheál. What next for EDI in the workplace?
You know what, I think I reflect back on Micheál Martin's speech earlier, and that the importing of that toxic debate around trans rights and things like that, that's I think where the next step is, because, you know, if like me you're as old as dirt and remember the 1980s, you'll remember, you know, some of the rhetoric that was being used about the gay community back then is the rhetoric that's being used today about the trans community, and you can see it's just repackaged, and I think that's the next big battle, right? I'd like to think that, you know, we won't see it kind of infect our culture the way that you've seen it in perhaps the US or in the UK. But, you know, 3 days of controversy because Lifeline was platforming what I would consider hate speech, like, that is the next battleground as far as I see it. And, you know, I think there is no LGBTQ community without the T, right? So for us, that's the next most important thing, is making sure that we show up for Transgender Day of Visibility, you know, that we are there to support our trans and our gender non-conforming siblings, right? That's, for me, I think, the next big thing.
Yeah. Thanks, Micheál. And I suppose that's an important takeaway from today, that there's still work to do, and it's work with pride, but it's ongoing work with pride, and we can't forget that. So as much as the commitment by each of your organisations is to be applauded, I'm really glad that there's champions within those organisations to keep doing the good work. So thank you so much to the three of you for your time today. And thank you to Vanessa and Suzanne, our ISL interpreters, and thank you also to IBEC for sponsoring this event, and thank you to all for listening.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Thank you to Avril, Michael, Lorna and Robin for that great discussion. And once again, we would like to thank all of you for taking the time today to be here to share your stories and insights. And we move into our third panel discussion of the day. At Cork, the importance of allyship, which is key in any walk of life, to have those behind you, with you, and of course beside you, advocating on your behalf. But what makes a good ally? Well, we're delighted to be joined by our moderator, Liz McCarthy, who is the head of marketing with Voxify, and our guest panels from Senior Director in Global Sourcing with VMware, Shane McCarthy, Senior Analyst with PepsiCo, William Organ, and HR Operations Manager with TELUS Ireland, Caroline Spillane. Give it up for our next panel, everybody. who seem to be enjoying cupcakes and coffee in the back room at the moment, but we'll get them out. Like I said earlier on, please make sure that you get involved on our Twitter at WorkWithPride.ie, or of course to the hashtag WorkWithPride.ie, because this is your conference, this is your conversation, and we really want to make sure. Where were you? Where were you when
Getting motivated.
calling you? Everybody, one more time for our panel.
Sorry, we were preparing our talk, so a lot of effort has gone in. I won't talk about the purple circle of excellence. We'll talk about that later. So thanks very much. We're looking forward to this panel. My name is Liz McCarthy. I'm head of marketing at Foxify. I have experience in diversity and inclusion work in the tech sector in Dogpatch Labs in Dublin. I'd like to introduce our panel who'll be talking today. So on my left is William Organ. He's senior analyst at PepsiCo. And William was one of the co-founders of the Equal Employee Resource Group back in 2018, and that's grown over the last 3 or 4 years into one of the biggest ERGs in PepsiCo. Caroline Spillane is HR Operations Manager at TELUS International, and Caroline has done tons of D&I work at TELUS. Some of the things that we might talk about later is the development of Connections, the Women's Network, Professional Parents Network, and more recently, the development of the company's transgender support process. And then finally, we've got Shane McCarthy, who's the Senior Director of Global Strategic Operations at VMware. And Shane is the co-lead of VMware's Ireland's Pride Pillar, and he's a proud ally of the LGBTQ+ community. So over the next 20 minutes, what we're hoping to do is talk about both the personal side of their journey, but also talk about company norms and practices. And we're hoping you'll get some specific kind of practical tips to take away. So before we get going, I'd like to talk about allyship specifically. So Shane, I'd like to get you to explain what allyship means to you and what it means in practice for organizations.
Yeah, so to think that I would be talking about allyship if I brought myself back 5 years ago is amazing to me. But yeah, happy to talk about it, Liz, and a pleasure to be here. And I think David Goff got me like many other people, so that was absolutely incredible. For me, from an allyship perspective, I put it into two. For me, I'm not training anyone or telling anyone how to do it. I'm just telling how I approach it now, right? So I put it into two buckets. There's proactive allyship and there's reactive, right? And proactive for me is doing intentional things to support, the Pride community, right? And it varies from simple things like putting your pronouns after your name on your LinkedIn profile, on your email signature. When you talk about your job and what you do, you include, the Pride Pod is, Power of Difference. That's what we have at VMware. That's just the name of the groups we have. You talk about that as an important part of your job when you're talking to people. You get involved in pods again, sorry to use that term, but get involved in the pods, show up, right? 90% of parenting is showing up. I think 90% of allyship is showing up, being there, showing your support, okay? But I think that's kind of useless unless you bring it home, in my opinion. You can't be this person at work who's all great, and someone talked about waving a flag earlier on. If you don't truly live it and you don't truly bring it home, right, your family, your friends, whoever it is. So for me, allyship, sorry, I'm just using simple examples. There's the parade is on Sunday, right? I'm bringing my family. My sister-in-law is coming down from Dublin for the weekend. She's invited to come, right? My son, he's 13, he's here today, right? So again, for him, coming here, being exposed to all this information is great for him, so that he can be the ally that I wasn't when I was in secondary school, So it's just many things like that where you can be proactive. And then on the other side of it is the reactive, okay? You're in that situation where you need to simply stick up for somebody, right? You need to call out language, whatever it is, and you stick up for, you stand in front of somebody and you make their case for them. They're tired of doing it. You need to be that person that sticks up for somebody. And equally, when they're not there, there's a common past, there's something said, that's the easiest time in the world for me not to be an ally, right? Or for anyone, just, okay, no one knows any different, let's get on. And you obviously need to step up. And at least 4 years ago, I didn't know any of this, okay? So I can talk about where I got from 4 years ago to now, maybe later on in the discussion.
Thanks so much, William. And Caroline, in your journey, you've been interested in D&I in different ways. I'd like you to share maybe one of your personal anecdotes of something that helped you maybe spark a catalyst for work and activity in the D&I space.
Sure, Liz, I definitely will. Can I just start by saying it's terrifying sitting up here, by the way, and up Kerry, for those of you who follow the football.
Says a Cork woman.
Says a Cork woman, marrying Kerry man, there's a bit of contention there. Good. So I have had a personal experience. So my background is, I come from a human resource management background, and I had a team member come to me some time ago and talk to me about how difficult it was to change their what they refer to as dead name to their name as they identify it as now. And that person sat in front of me presenting as male, who transitioned to male, and the dead name was female orientated. And that person had to justify on calls remotely, why they were the person that is not their name on screen. And for somebody to even have to justify something like that, or even feel the need to do that, that's very disheartening. And it's disengaging for that person. And we talk about, company culture and the need to bring everyone in. But if you're facing something, a practical example like that, where somebody's coming to work every day and their pay slip is the wrong name, their email is the wrong name, it's, they're facing and having to justify why their name is different to the way they're presenting. That's very upsetting for that person. But it's also difficult for the people around them that, have to correct themselves and apologize afterwards. So seeing the emotion that person went through, and that's what I suppose sparked in me the reality that as a HR professional, I actually didn't really get the practical changes that could be made in the workplace to further help members of a community. So it was about taking action, not just writing pretty names. Someone mentioned in a previous talk about sticking a rainbow flag in it, but it was about actually making the changes in a practical way that made the difference for those people on a day-to-day basis. And if you're, someone else mentioned privilege, if you're a part of a majority group and you don't face that adversity day to day, unless you ask the questions to those that do and engage them in the solution, you're never going to make real change, which is essentially what we need,
Fantastic. Hopefully we can talk a bit about that process that you brought in at TELUS for transgender support process. It'd be interesting. I'm sure people in the room could maybe learn from that. William, I'd love you to share your personal story as you were one of the grassroots co-founders of the ERG at Pepsi.
Yeah, so we got going in 2018, and it really was born from this desire that we were seeing that we have a massive history of the ERG in question here, Equal as it's known. It's been going for 20 years in PepsiCo. But it didn't have a chapter in Ireland. And I was just like, okay, that's a bit odd considering that this was fresh off of the back of the fantastic referendum win, where more than half of the Irish population had declared that they were an ally. But when I was looking around in work, it's like, how do I know? Like, there's nothing that was there really to see it. So we decided to bring Equal to Ireland and start a chapter here. We got going with just a committee of 3 of us to begin with, so it was very, very small. Thankfully, we had the support of the larger global ERG to kind of get some cookie-cutter molds of things that we could do to launch correctly. We actually decided to launch with Ally Day. We didn't want to focus straight away on the LGBT people in the organization. We actually went straight for the allies. And it was really important that we did that because if we launched for just the queer people, then it might be that the allies could have felt that they weren't invited, that they didn't have a seat at the table that was there, and they were going to be representing the majority of the table. So it was really important that they were, from the very, very beginning, invited to that. We launched at Ally Day in 2019, where we decided to focus on a very simple table stake, which was, we are not inviting people to become allies. We are inviting people to show that they are already allies, to just make it a bit more visible. We did that in a couple of different ways. We had ally pledges, these massive boards that were outside of every one of our offices that we invited people to sign on their way in, to ask them to sign up to our events, to speak out when they hear homophobic language being used, and to join in and to participate with anything that we do throw. One of the biggest successes, though, was I'm wearing 2 lanyards at the moment here. I'm wearing my original Equal lanyard from PepsiCo, which is now falling to rags. I really need to try to replace it. It's 4 years old at this stage. We asked people to wear these lanyards for just a week. Just put them on instead of their regular lanyards for just 1 week for Ally Week when we launched. Following week, still lots of rainbow lanyards to be seen. The next month, they were still wearing them. It's been 4 years. If you go into any of the PepsiCo offices, you will still see these lanyards being worn with pride. And it might seem like a really small thing for a lot of people, but for a queer person, when we're able to look and see a sea of rainbows, when you walk into a canteen and you don't know anybody, you're brand new, when you see something like that, you're automatically going to let your guard down a little bit more. And actually, that was our intention for why we launched it in that way. The following year, in 2020, right before the pandemic closed everything down, we relaunched with a new cycle of Equal. And a lot of people joined the committee that were brand new to the company because they saw like this very visual allyship. So I think it's a really, really important thing to have.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I think that's a really nice example of kickstarting the allyship community through that kind of visible process. Shane, you were mentioning when we were chatting before the event about different tactics that you've seen work well at VMware, and again, from your experience of coming into this as co-lead of the Pride pillar, very much an ally of the LGBTQ plus community, could you share some tactics that you've seen work really well at VMware?
Yeah, I can. I can't claim that I put any of these, structures or, practices in place. It was done by people long before me, and I'm really proud to continue them now. But like I said, if I met William 4 years ago, as an example, would have loved talk. We had a great conversation this morning. It would have been the exact same conversation. But would I have stuck up for William when the time came? I don't know, right? That's a 50-50 from my perspective, because I just didn't have the knowledge, the information, the appreciation of the challenges that can go with it. And so my user experience of the VMware Pride pod, right? If I just look at it like that for a second and get a bit techie, but firstly, they have a very active, Power of Difference group pod, right? Lots of events, speakers, things happening all over the world. I'm a real kind of podcast type person, so I like to play something, when I do some work, play, something happened in the US, a great speaker came in. I like to hear all of that stuff. For me though, that still wasn't enough, right, for me to kind of make that kind of jump to being a true ally. I'm a very nice person, but being a nice person is not being an ally, right? I thought being a nice person was an ally. Everyone here knows that's not necessarily the case. When the two go hand in hand, that's obviously perfection. Second thing VMware does really well is mentorship programs, or reverse mentorship programs, as it's called in this way. It doesn't matter, it's mentorship. So I had a mentor who was part of the Pride pod, and she and I struck up just a great partnership, great relationship. She's talked so much mainly about her best friend who was gay when they were growing up, and I presume he still is, obviously, and just, I don't know, her passion and, just how deep she felt about him and, sticking up for him, essentially, right, in the words that I have now, simple words for that, again, inspired me. Still, it wasn't enough, right? I was like, I have to join the pod. Still, I had all those doubts. I don't have the right perspective. I don't know what to say. I'll say the wrong thing. What do all the letters stand for? All that sort of stuff that just I didn't have the confidence to join a meeting of 4 or 5 people. What pushed me over the edge was we get LGBTQ training in the workplace by a company called Link. It's formal training, but they deliver it in a very informal manner, which suits me perfectly. And I think, the facilitator, she was absolutely brilliant. She really, brought it down into very plain, simple language for me. And she just said one thing, which is, look, we're in the community. We say the wrong things. We mess up. We don't know what stuff stands for. We have to research new things. And that just made it so simple for me. And then I was like, boom, I'm in. So have your pod, mentorship is just brilliant. Super way to do it, because, sometimes as a senior person, there's a more junior person in the company. Let's talk about, if it's about work, the conversation doesn't flow because maybe the more junior person is nervous. But when the junior person is the expert, it's just a super way to do it. And then thirdly, training. Training is a great way to show people how to be allies. And I am a middle-aged, white, balding, heterosexual man who needs very simple words to get me there. And I think that's, just that simplicity of communication really helped me in that training.
It's fantastic. I think you're a wonderful role model, Shane, to be stepping up and very much actively getting involved. And I think that's something, to take away from this day and from this panel is the value of allyship and the value of getting those people on board and training them and teaching them and bringing them into the space. Caroline, as HR manager, I'm sure you've done all sorts of different initiatives. What are the kind of ones that you'd really pick out that you've done as TELUS Ireland or a part of TELUS International?
Sure. So at TELUS International Ireland, we're based in Cork and Dublin, and diversity has always been one of our key pillars in terms of our strategic agenda. And basically that just means the guys at the top, guys and gals, they're all focused on making sure that it's an inclusive workplace for everybody. So when it comes to things like policies and procedures or norms and practices, everything we do has to look at, is this going to support the wider audience, which is the team members, to make them feel included and to, I suppose, foster a culture where ideas, wherever they come from, are accepted and welcomed, or is it going to have the opposite effect? And for us, we heard very clearly from our team members, who always say diversity and inclusion is wonderful at TELUS International, that there was a gap in terms of how we support our transgender team members. And relationships for me is where you're going to get every piece of information that you need from team members. When you come in the door to an organisation, you're not worried about the guys or girls at the top or whatever. Your focus is your manager, your peers, your job. That's your community. And if the relationships aren't trusting and fostered from day one, then you're not going to feel safe and comfortable in being your authentic self. And for us, being able to meet with those transgender team members and ask them, what do you need? What changes do you need to see in this company that will allow you to, come in the door to work and feel included, to feel supported, and to feel as equal as everybody else, irrespective of what community you're in. And having those conversations gave us a very long list of practical ways that we could change things, from looking at the way we use technology, looking at the way we conduct one-to-ones, the way performance is managed, looking at the training education, like you've said, making sure that, gender-neutral facilities are accessible to team members, and not just for the LGBT, I was getting mixed up there, Q+ community, but also for, women in the workplace and people who have disabilities. And it's a much broader picture than just one particular community. So the transgender support process was implemented to make sure people can change their names when they require to, that they have access to wellbeing supports and services, counselling supports if they need that there's a wellbeing officer on site that can support them. We have mental health first aiders, that we have welfests on a quarterly basis that embrace all communities irrespective of differences, and that everyone feels like they have a seat at the table and their voice, is important to be heard. And the one thing that I would say, just in a final point on that, is you have to reward and recognise the efforts of people who are championing diversity in the workplace, because praise promotes repeat performance, and I'm a strong believer in that. And we've just launched the Luminary Awards on a global scale, which is acknowledging and rewarding and recognising, those allies that stand up and advocate for the communities they support, those mentors and I suppose champions of diversity, but also leaders who go out of their way to talk about things that are challenging members of that community and who are the drivers behind policies and procedures. And HR's role in all of this is not to be the loudest voice in the room, but more so to go behind the community and lift them up so they can be heard at the same level.
Fantastic. And to finish, I might finish with William. In terms of key practices, what are the big takeaways that you'd share with the audience here from PepsiCo?
I won't take too much time here because I think we're running slightly over after our slightly late entrance. But some of the big things, I suppose, is, again, it sounds like we're doing a lot similar with other companies, which is really refreshing to hear. We do a three-pronged approach for our DE&I agenda. not just LGBT people, but also women inclusion and also people of differing abilities. We have to look at it in the three-pronged approach and approach allyship across the board for them, because the entrance to allyship can be reached in any three of those. Most people, I think, will resonate an awful lot with seeing the opportunities to find allyship for women, for example, but the exact same concepts follow through for LGBT people. It just depends on, I suppose, which you feel more kind of resonating with. In terms of, I suppose, the best practices, what we're moving towards, we've activated our allies now. We've made them visible. Now we're moving into a process to turn them into advocates. We want people to be able to stand up and to really, I suppose, champion the LGBT plus community. We're engaging with some studies at the moment where we're taking our unconscious bias mandatory training that is already been rolled out, and we're considering a master's, as it were, for LGBT people. So it's looking at the opportunities where people can basically study and deliver some DE&I initiatives over about a 5-month period. So it's not going to be something that you can just sit down and click your way through a 20-minute training. This is something that you have to do and deliver some things towards. We'd like to apply this then to a third-party equality index recognition as well, so that we can see exactly where we are now and where we can make those improvements.
Fantastic. So I'm hoping to finish with a 10-second key takeaway from each of you. And some of the tactics we've talked about. Hopefully people can feel free to reach out if you want to learn more about things that have worked well and you want to learn more about. But William, starting with you, very quick, what's your big message?
Shane.
Sorry, Shane.
So for me, 10 seconds, simplicity in communication. I think there's a lot of, as I describe it, nice people out there like me that don't realize they need to do a little bit more to be allies. And then in terms of in the workplace, how you train them, speaking in very plain, simple language is hugely helpful in training them. Because in the corporate world, we can start creating slides and words get bigger and we create acronyms and stuff like that. But keeping it simple, I think, is hugely, hugely beneficial.
Fantastic.
For me, it's don't be the old school HR professional. We're all about people. It's about wrapping our arms around the community and actually supporting them to be the loudest voice in the room so that they can drive real change.
Fantastic. And William, to finish?
For mine, it's balance. You need to look at it from an internal and external, what your engagements are. It needs to be senior and junior level engagement. Give your junior members just as much of a seat at the table that they're able to shine for DE&I. They have the time and the space within their work that they're able to contribute into this area.
Fantastic. Wonderful. Now I'd like to give a round of applause to the
Thank you so much, Liz, Shane, William and Caroline, for that great discussion. And once again, we would like to thank all of you for taking your time. And by the way, we're trending on Twitter, as the children say. So keep your tweets coming in, your LinkedIn posts, and like if you're my age at 22, keep the TikToks? I just said TikToks. God, you can tell I'm 36. Now, I'm super excited to introduce you to our next keynote speaker, Dr. Emanuela Desandi. You may have seen him being interviewed earlier this year on the Tommy Tiernan Show, and there's no question the audience were absolutely captivated, as I'm sure you will be today. He is a head of department and senior lecturer in contemporary Islam in UCC, and his keynote today is entitled, "I'm Not Racist, But." So please, listen carefully, reflect, and give a very warm welcome to Dr. Emanuela Desandi, everybody.
Hello and good morning, everybody. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. I'm here to make you all feel a little bit uncomfortable about the R word. When I arrived in Cork in 2015, one of my earliest conversations left me worried that moving here from Miami was a mistake. I had raised the question of race and racism in Ireland generally, and Cork in particular, and was abruptly told that these were all USA issues, that I should now leave behind. I was left scratching my head when I learned that at that time the university had no data collected on race or ethnicity. We don't see race. The university accepts everyone, went one response. A lot has changed since then, but the real impact of racism is evident at many levels of Irish society. Granted that race is not biological, we are all the same in that regard, but we do know through our histories and social realities that race has a very real impact on our lives. I was born and raised in Glasgow, where issues of race were rarely talked about. But no matter how many times I've worn a kilt, there's always someone who asks that dreaded question, but where are you really from? The way race organizes society teaches us about the structural foundations of social power. Even though we long ago divided our worlds between East and West and North and South, all is not lost. Now more than ever before, we are having an open debate and discussion right here in Ireland, in Cork. This pandemic has been a great teacher to us. It has illustrated that there is a pandemic on a pandemic. Black, Asian, minority ethnic Irish folks are physically and mentally burdened, but they're also burdened not just with COVID-19, but also racism. The Irish Network Against Racism, in its 2021 findings, registered a total number of incidents reaching 404. The system also recorded 154 criminal incidents, including racist assaults and a record 90 reports of illegal discrimination. The report is a catalogue of ghastly accounts of racist abuse suffered by people all over this country. One incident reports that the doors of 2 families of Middle Eastern and Asian background have been frequently kicked by a group of 15 to 20 teenagers late at night. The children run upstairs in fear when they hear the door being kicked. The families fear for their children and cannot let them out alone. And another, where 2 traveller boys were constantly racially abused in different ways, such as racist slurs, online threatening and bullying. The oldest boy was physically attacked from behind on school grounds, where he was left with a cut under his eye. The assault was witnessed by a large group of students. The largest group of crime reports, 404 in total, came from South Asian, Chinese and other Asian people. South Asian and Chinese or other Asians each reported 32% of all crimes reported in 2021. Racism has a demonstrable impact on the lives of those targeted. An analysis of the data on impact shows that there is a psychological impact on those targeted, impact on their social connectedness, and financial impacts through, for example, increased costs or lost income. 115 reports, 88%, were described as having a psychological impact on the victim. I am scared to go to the city at night. My daughter was 6 at the time. I don't allow them to play outside, and if I do, I have to be at the window. I know she gets nervous. I am personally struck by these accounts. As someone whose university's office is alarmed since a death threat in 2017, and as someone who fought my university system on institutional racism since I joined it in 2015, I am pleased to say that an informal resolution has been reached this summer with University College Cork. This pandemic has highlighted many subjects we avoided, especially race. Being vulnerable and disempowered have effects, but many of us carry privileges and can access networks or social statuses that allow us not to see certain matters. But COVID-19 has left us all vulnerable. Whether rich or poor, white or black, we have all had to deal with lockdown, the uncertainty of death, and all sorts of curbs on our freedoms. The May 25, 2020 death of George Floyd by police brutality left us all stunned. A death that ignited a worldwide reaction, with people taking to the streets and calling for action against racism. It has sparked a reckoning with our past. We've come face to face with how racism still has a hold in society, and the stories we've heard have been painful. This was echoed by President Biden when he spoke of the pain and exhaustion that black and brown people experience every single day. At the core of these protests is the desire for us all, especially black lives and our minorities, to feel secure and supported. Here locally, we've all walked past a mural at Sullivan's Quay that boldly states Black Lives Matter, end direct provision. Never did I think a massive, expressive statement like this would surface so near UCC. To me, it is a symbol of raising awareness that we are all in this together, that together we can unite on the matters that concern us. It is recognition that Ireland has seen a twofold rise in inward migration, that we need to find ways of bridging our divides. Race is well and truly an issue that has been brought into the spotlight here in Ireland. In Pakistan, from where my own parents hail, Nayab Ali, a transgender activist, was recently honored by the US Embassy for her pride and resilience in dealing with abuse and hate. Nayab's fierce advocacy of transgender rights has brought many accolades, including the Irish Gala International Activist Award in 2020. Pope Francis offered some hope with his words of leaving the judging to God. He wrote recently to the USA-based Jesuit priest who works on LGBTQ inclusion in the church, and it was Pope Francis's words to Father James Martin in this handwritten letter, which have been interpreted to be encouraging. And so religion does play a major role here too, and Muslims are dealing more publicly with issues of sexuality like never before. It would be so much simpler to give a single view of a religion, neatly boxed away, these comforting boxes. I often get bored of the Scottish stereotypes presented to me after I tell folks I'm from Glasgow. If only life was kilts and haggis. On the other hand, when I tell folks my parents are from Pakistan, the response is not as jovial. Isn't it interesting how we add values and judgments on entire countries and its people? This is challenging to many who want to hold strongly to their ideal or traditional view. There is no easy answer to sexuality in terms of historical religious traditions. They were written at a time when Don't Ask, Don't Tell was not only the Islamic view or Christian view on gender and sexuality, but the lived reality. Times have changed. People are now showing their vibrant colours, and each is claiming their authority on a traditional view. From proud gay Muslims to non-kilt-wearing Scots, we live at a time where social media gives us the ability to tell our story differently. My friend Faizan took part in Trans Pride London recently, where thousands marched and celebrated. Faizan is also one of the founding members of Iman, the UK's oldest LGBTQ Muslim organisation. Over 20 years of helping queer Muslims feel affirmed. A Queer Britain museum has recently been established where it holds the clothing Faizan and others wore at a gay pride representing gay Muslims at London Pride over 20 years ago. Reading about Faizan's joy, I began thinking about how complex identities are and how folk like Faizan and Nayab have to deal with Islamophobia, homophobia, and transphobia. We are all too aware of the racism that exists in our LGBTQ communities here in Ireland. I advised in a recent national awareness campaign to highlight the racism in Ireland, Proud AF, and a recent report has been published here in Cork, which also details some of the discrimination that LGBTQ people of colour face here. The Crossroads report by Thomas Heising is one to read. It is a damning report on racism in queer circles. And I quote from his report, Irish participants of colour described lifelong questioning and negation by strangers about their heritage exhausting, and were mostly focused on this form of othering. The constant invalidating feedback from other Irish people, you are too dark to be Irish, or a denial of their Irishness were frustrating to be met with and were described as happening regularly. Some comments suggest that attitudes of racialization towards Irish people of colour are based on what is assumed to be truly Irish, often meaning white. One of the participants described the frustrations of having his Irishness frequently invalidated by men online dating apps as he was not Irish-looking. Racism in Ireland seems to centre around how people understand geopolitics and global circumstances through media, how television shows and news reports enforce stereotypes, political discourse, notions of whiteness and European superiority. Examples of the types of interactions related to racialization of other, all of which are paraphrased in this report, talks of a person's skin colour so as to make him the butt of a joke, as Heising writes. Did you fall asleep on a tanning bed? Invalidation of the person's Irishness purely on the basis of having a non-white look. You are too black to be Irish. And one comment phrases the idea of the European white, superior civilization as a standing in contrast to all other places. Many of the participants did find themselves forming a reluctance to interact with Cork's white LGBTQ spaces, some actively seeking seclusion from other attitudes. Additionally, some felt that they could not contribute to their community because of the crippling effects of being marginalized or discriminated against. Unfortunately, much of these findings strengthen homo-nationalism here in Ireland. Homo-nationalism is the favorable association between a nationalist ideology and LGBT people or their rights. The term was originally proposed by the researcher in gender studies, Jasper Poir, in 2007 to refer to the processes by which powers line up with the claims that the LGBT community in order to justify racism and xenophobic positions, especially against Muslims, basing them on the prejudices that migrant people are homophobic and that Western society is egalitarian and enlightened. Moving to something more positive. At University College Cork, the Race Equality Forum was established in 2019, an initiative of the Equality Committee and the Equality, Diversity and Inclusion Unit, as a way to engage directly with staff and students of colour and ethnic minority in the university to draft proposals that would form an embedded programme of action for the university. The forum was set up with 2 co-chairs, 1 internal and 1 external, and all participants were of people of colour, minority ethnic. Part of this initiative was to hold online live conversations with an audience. These conversations have provided staff and students the opportunity to share their lived experiences of inequality, racism, and other negative experiences in a safe yet open environment. In the aftermath of George Floyd's death, many Irish black people told their story through social media and news outlets. The Race Equality Forum at UCC held conversations on racism in Ireland, and these conversations raised awareness of the struggles faced by those affected by discrimination and hate, right here at our university and in Cork City. They brought attention to the major problem of racism in Ireland. Through these very personal and emotional conversations, we also become aware of the intersecting discrimination that is not textbook. We heard from a woman of colour who was not only receiving discrimination on the basis of her race, but also that she was from a minority Muslim community in Pakistan that is deemed as not Muslim at all. And the story of another woman dealing with stereotypes she faces as an Irish woman whose parents are both Irish and Japanese in her local community. At the core of the work of the forum, which I chair, was the word conversation, because the first step in building coalition and capacity comes from talking to each other and not at each other. We aimed for a bottom-up approach as we invert the top-down approach. Susan Cooper, writing about evaluating the impact of youth work and community work, coined the term participatory evaluation in her 2018 book, where she draws on users of a service to identify themes they would like to discuss. Having a conversation with someone on inequality and injustice is deeply personal and emotional. The first step is to acknowledge the difficulty and discomfort these conversations will bring. And often, one avoids discussions on topics that are understood as contentious, racism being one of them, where it becomes so personal and those in conversation want to say the right thing to avoid being perceived as or called out as racist. This is one of the reasons why in combating racism, institutions tend to organize training programs. Such programs typically avoid these personal conversations, creating distance from lived experiences of racism so that the conversation does not become personal and emotional. But the recent conversations that I led during the pandemic have shown that real change comes when we get personal and emotional. There is evidence of mixed results on the delivery of formal courses and programs in terms of raising awareness and education. Through the conversations on racism in Ireland, we aim to bring together people of differing views for uncomfortable but real conversations, to empower our participants and audience through the conversation and action arising as a result of these. And now I move to my conclusion. All our social inequalities are connected, a reality made clear through creating intersectional links. Academic discussions do not always highlight real-life experience because such experiences are understood as personal. Discrimination is socially created, so we need a social, connected approach to challenging it. which requires joined-up thinking and locking arms with those discriminated against. We will create a truly intersectional approach to lived realities through in-person connections, through conversations. While complementing the role played by anti-racism courses and modules, we must shift focus to grounded, real-life exchanges and conversations, promoting critical thinking and difficult conversations to determine what practical action points can be set in place to sustain inclusion in the university and wider cityscape. Conversations is a way of challenging and changing minds, attitudes, policies, and behaviors to build more inclusive institutions that celebrate the benefits that diversity brings to our city here in Cork. An outcome of these conversations will enable individuals and our institutions to become critical allies. The need for critical allies was strongly argued by Emma Dabiri in What People Can Do Next, From Allyship to Coalition. A joined-up approach which requires a productive coalition in partnership with white people and alongside critiques of structural inequalities. Dabiri's work is particularly pertinent to beginning critical conversations, given her personal experience of growing up Black in Ireland, as it connects directly to the connectedness of categories of oppression and not just their intersection. The Harvard psychologist Robert Livingston recently wrote a book, The Conversation on How Talking Honestly About Racism Can Transform Individuals and Organizations. It brings an instrumental vision. It acknowledges that some people deny that racism exists, comparing them to a fish that may not notice that they are immersed in water, let alone the dynamics of the stream they live in, because they have become habituated to swimming in a current that has always been there. Perceptions of fairness, then, can be based entirely on habit or history. The conversations I led recognized different perspectives, voices, and backgrounds. As part of listening and being in dialogue, we gave recognition to the other, and this is often lacking where hate, prejudice, and intolerance is involved. At a basic level, an individual's self-esteem and realization can grow when they are validated and recognized, and this in turn boosts self-confidence. In conclusion, critical conversations are essential. We have a racism problem, that together in conversation we can unite on matters that concern us. That's the thing about diversity. Appreciating our differences and living equally side by side in those differences enriches our society. We don't all have to be the same. Space that we share will always be controversial. But if there's anything we should be learning from our recent discussion, from pandemics to isolation to racism, it is this. Just as we need to accept different identities and ways of living in our society, we all need to feel at home in our spaces, no matter how contested they are. We must let our spaces reflect the values we profess in word and deed. One thing we are learning during this pandemic and its aftermath is that we might all be in this together, but our lived experiences are vastly different. In our world that is often classed, the university world, as an ivory tower of theories, methods, and convoluted language, conversations have the power to bring people together to discuss their experience of love and hate, raise awareness of the conditions which foster inclusion and exclusion. Homophobia, racism, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, ableism, transphobia, and many others. If we're not joining these dots, there's a problem. In order to build coalitions and capacity by connecting people and groups so we all counter discrimination here in our local Cork with a view of what's happening internationally. So we all counter the discrimination and injustice through speaking with each other critically and honestly as we draw closer in love and kindness and diversity. Thank you. I'm not taking questions? Am I taking questions?
I don't think we're doing questions for, for this section.
Fine.
Is that all right? Everyone put your hands together for Dr. Emanuela De Sondi. Absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, Doctor. And so, on to our next guest speakers. Two legendary advocates and trailblazers in the LGBTQ+ community. It gives me great pleasure to introduce social activist, feminist, and LGBTQ+ superstar Alva Smith and gay human rights activist Arthur Leahy, everybody. Happy Pride, my love. Mwah. So lovely to see you. You're dead right. I wouldn't kiss me either. Will I squeeze in between the two of you? Yeah. Water. Thank you, Damien.
Thank you. You look much more impressive from up here.
So I think I want to start off, just for anybody in the audience who may not have come across your work, give us a bit of a background to you.
Oh my God. Well, first of all, I'm absolutely delighted and so pleased to be here in Cork. And I was hearing about all the incredible things that are going on and being done for and with LGBTIQA people at the coming out session last night. And I said I was thinking of moving to Cork. So just to let you know, I may appear down here at some point or another. I am a campaigner, an activist. I have been a feminist, a socialist, and an LGBTIQ activist for a very long time. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm a very proud lesbian. Well, I'm not proud to be lesbian because I am lesbian. I'm very pleased and very happy to be lesbian, but I'm very proud to be here and chatting with an old pal, Arthur, today.
So Arthur, kind of like Alva there, give us a bit of background into your life and the work you do.
Well, my first coming out process says a lot about the rest of my life. In fact, it was in Dundalk. I worked in a factory there, and I got a badge which was the two symbols, and I put it on, and nobody commented. Though I was there for a week, and nobody commented on it. And I realized that at the end of the week, somebody said to me that recognized it, that I had the lesbian badge on. So I started off in life as a lesbian. And I've suffered a lot since. But that was in 1967, I think. I didn't spend too long as a lesbian in Dundalk. So I moved to England and worked mostly on, like a lot of Irish people at the time, worked on building sites and things like that for a number of years. And that wasn't a very gay-friendly kind of environment. And I went then, I think, to work on, I worked with, just very lucky in meeting singular people throughout, and that's a factor throughout my life. It is meeting individual people who've had enormous influence and can listen. I can talk on like this for Alva.
Well, I was going to say, nobody asked you to tell your whole life story, but I mean, you're welcome if you want, but I'll have to do mine then as well. And we'll be here until next week between the two of us. So are you intervening now?
I'm going to intervene now, Alva, because I feel like there's going to be a scrap if I don't. So listen, looking at the sea of faces out here, would either of you ever thought, Alva, I'll go to you first, would you ever have thought in all your years that you'd be sitting here at a diversity and inclusion conference? Would you ever imagined this type of event back when you kind of first started your fight?
Well, you know, they say that the past is another country, but it's certainly true, and I'm sure it is for Arthur too, where, you know, the same vintage, you came out as a lesbian and one thing and another. A good bit before I did, actually. It was quite late. I think it was late 60s, 70s. For me, it was towards the end of the 80s. So, but it's still, that is absolutely within living memory. And certainly, and I'm sure Arthur would be the same, I mean, the world that I came out into was the world that actually you couldn't come out into. And there was almost a sense in which no matter how hard you tried to say to people, I'm lesbian, they didn't actually want to hear that, so they actually didn't. And I used to do a fair bit of broadcasting on RTU radio, and they would say, well, how would you like to be introduced? And I was an academic in UCD at the time, and was indeed for 40 years, and that's another story. But I used to say, well, I'm a feminist and a lesbian activist, and they would put up on the screen or on the radio, UCD academic Alva Smith. And I would say, but you know, I'm here to talk maybe about issues. So, you know, that's just to make the point that today, where people are confident and sitting here comfortably talking about issues that no way could we have spoken about them in public. And also, just, and I won't go on forever, Arthur, don't worry, but just to make the point that, I mean, there was a very real sense in which, certainly when I came out towards, and that was for the second half of the 1980s, and I was a seasoned feminist campaigner. I had been up against, and by the way, we're still up against the misogyny that there is in the world. I knew how tough it was out there and in the place I worked and in my social relationships. I knew it was really tough, but oh my God, I had absolutely no idea how hard it was to simply be lesbian and to say that. And it had I was afraid. I think that's what I'm actually trying to say. I really experienced fear that I was going to lose my job, that I would lose the support of my friends and my family, and it did have a big impact for me on my family life. I have a daughter who is currently raising my grandchildren, and I'm very happy and delighted about that. But my daughter went to live with her father, and not in Ireland. And there was no way I could challenge that decision, because to do so would have been in the mid-1980s, would have been very difficult for me, but it would have had an enormous impact on my daughter. So there was I think now if we heard of something, or when we do hear of this kind of situation happening, we're appalled and we're outraged. Lots of people knew what was happening with me and were very supportive, but nobody would speak out. Nobody. And I think that was true right across the board in so many ways.
Yes, I mean, one of from growing up in Ireland, that there was very little awareness of lesbians that gay men were it was all around, and there was a small number of lesbians, and that was it.
They were in Cork. Sorry. Just saying, okay.
Lesbians descended on Cork, that's what it was.
But and that's a situation that's changed enormously now today that there is, in Cork, there is a very vibrant lesbian community. And, I think when I came back to Cork, I was practically middle-aged. I was 40-something, 41 or something when I came back. So I had 20 years experience in London as an out gay person, working in a very closed kind of community. We worked in Railton Road in London, and maybe some people might have heard of it. It was a kind of a very, I knew all my friends. There was 20 of them, and that was the movement that you worked with. So coming back to Ireland in the 80s, and we started the Key Co-op, and that was a very radical statement in Cork at the time. Maybe most of the people here just see it now as a kind of cozy alternative shop, but at the time it was quite a radical space in the city. Mm-hmm. And Yeah, go on. I'm rambling again.
You've touched there on about how, you know, back when you kind of came out and stuff like that, there was only like a few lesbians, and you know, so obviously the relationship between gay men and lesbians have changed over time. Am I right?
Yes, very definitely. And I mean, certainly when I came out first, but you know, that was well into the 80s, obviously, there was no relationship effectively between gay men, or very, 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 very little. And there were sort of two separate kind of camps. And of course, the interesting thing was that we didn't have trans people in our sites at all at that time. And bisexuals was something we were actually talking about last night. Bisexuals got a hard time one way and another from both the lesbians and the gay men. And they were sort of somewhere there.
I think still do.
Still do, absolutely. And I think that there is a lot of
kind of the thing of,
biphobia.
would you hurry up and make up your mind, you know?
Yeah, but there is definitely something of that kind. But I mean, but that did begin to get itself sorted, and I think it happened maybe slightly differently in Dublin and Cork, as things happen to do, needless to mention. But in Dublin, it was there was a lot of trouble around the Hirschfield Centre at one stage, and then subsequently there was a group of gay men who actually approached a number of women, a number of lesbians, and asked us to become involved in doing sort of more developmental work. And I, at that point, became involved in the National Lesbian and Gay Federation, which published GCN and which still actually publishes GCN. And it was at that stage, that would have been towards the end of the 90s, I think, Arthur. Was it mid-90s? And it began to work much better. And now I would say that there really is a very seamless, a very, very seamless operation.
From your point of view, and I'll ask both this question, from your point of view, like we're obviously sitting here amongst industry professionals in their field and within their companies. From what you've done and what you've gone through in both of your lives, what can these people sitting out here do to alleviate any battle that you may have fought, or you may have fought, Arthur? What can they do to help people in their workplace and in their lives around them do to feel more comfortable just to be themselves?
Well, certainly, I mean, from what I've heard this morning and from what I know of a number of companies and the development of EDI policies and the implementation of those policies, there is an enormous amount being done. But I think it's really important. For, and of course we do, to understand that companies exist in a whole society. So they're not just a little oasis, even if there are hundreds and thousands of workers in those companies. They exist in a whole society, and they exist in a society where there is still homophobia, there is lesbophobia, biphobia, transphobia, absolutely. And these things, it has hugely improved, we know that. But if you look at the extent to which young people in schools and colleges are still bullied and harassed, I mean, that is absolutely appalling. And I see Nikki nodding there as chair for a long time have belonged to, that work of challenging that has to go on. I think of the numerous communities in Ireland, many of them mentioned this morning already, where we talk about intersectionalities, but I'm thinking about communities which are, extremely reluctant to recognize. We talk, the traveller community, for example, is very, 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 still very difficult. People with disabilities are not really welcomed or spoken about. Welcome, that's the wrong word. Not spoken about and not attended to in the society as a whole, or in our LGBTIQA communities either. The pandemic showed up the isolation and the loneliness of so many older LGBTIQA people. I mean, that was very, very striking. We don't like to think it's a very young kind of community to be faced with two older than you people on the platform is in itself kind of interesting, I think, isn't it? That we don't want to look at age, but we are also an aging community. And how much do we think about that, and what do we do? What do we care about what's happening to older LGBTIQs who may have had very difficult lives, where there's been a lot of stigma and discrimination, etc., etc.?
Arthur, Ava touches on a great point there. You know, traveller community, bisexual community, trans community, and of course, an older generation of a community. Is there something we can do to help that process along, to make sure everybody
I
is...
forgot about your question. I'm sorry about
That's
that.
okay,
I got
that's
off
okay.
on a rant.
Listen, you rant away. You're Alva Smith. You can rant all you like, love. Is there more we can do to kind of broaden the horizons? Because we fought the right for the L, the G, the B, and partially the T, but there is so much more community-wide. What can we do to really include?
I think there is a thing that, you know, we need to look outside of our own communities.
Mm-hmm.
The whole race thing in Ireland, I think, is a huge thing. And my experience in England was, at the outset, the first generation of people who came, they just settled quietly into and the kind of racist attitudes were permeated. But I think it is with the second generation coming on that there has to be, I mean, if you look out here now, it's a very, very white, you know, exclusively almost white audience. And it is, you know, you walk in Patrick Street and it is a very different what you see. So I think that's one of the big areas. I think we have appalling record in terms of how we relate to travellers. I think in one of the one that really stands out. And there have been programs and programs that have been implemented, and we still haven't challenged the really basic and what are often simple things to resolve. So I think there is a huge amount to be done, you know, outside, but also within the own gay community. There is, you know, it is. I think going right back when we set up the other place, which was in Gustin Street, and we had 35 people working on a CE scheme there, and we had, I think there was about 15 or 20 lesbians there, and there were 2/3 of them were from the university or a university background, and they were highly articulate and really frightened the life out of me. You know, but they developed very quickly and moved on from there. So I'm getting...
Well, I was just thinking, just listening to you there and thinking that there is we were talking one of the panels, which is very interesting, about allyship, about being allies. And I was thinking it's really important for all those of us who see ourselves as part of that great multivarious LGBTIQA community, to be allies to others within our community. It's not just that those who are not in the community need to ally themselves with us, so to speak, that sense of being there as supports for everyone, whether it's on the basis of race or whether it's age or disability or class, because we still have issues of social class in this country, you know, that we really have to think about that. And I would definitely say to all those who are working on those issues to constantly, you know, be looking at the fact that your company is not an island, it's not an oasis, it is part of something larger, and that you have a role in challenging, your company, your people have a role in challenging what is going on in the larger society that is counteracting and that is contradicting the work that we're all trying to do for equality and diversity and against marginalisation. Because, I mean, I do think, and actually, Micheál Martin said it himself this morning, pride is a protest. We are not beyond the politics. And I think sometimes we can kind of forget that when we hear of all the good things that are being done, that there is still so much we need to be challenging and that we need to be protesting about. Our trans march, for example, in Dublin was 2 weeks ago, and it was great. And there were, you know, a few thousand people there, and you had a great trans rally here in Cork, I think it was last Saturday, which was great. But in both cases, I was surprised, certainly for Dublin, that we didn't see many more LGBs, LGBIs and whatnot out there, along with the trans and intersex and gender non-conforming communities. We didn't see that. So why weren't we all there? Why weren't there as many there as for anything else? And I'm sure you would have been saying the same thing here in Cork. So, you know, those are really important lessons for us to be learning.
As we're kind of wrapping up now, I think the biggest message you've kind of given us there is, and what you've said to the people out here is, challenge yourself, keep asking the right questions, and keep making sure that you're showing up.
No. You could go on challenging yourself. That's absolutely fine. I want to challenge what's out there and that isn't working. I do think, of course, we need to look after ourselves and to take care of ourselves. Maybe that's a challenge for you. I'll give you lessons afterwards.
Thanks, Pat.
But we really need to challenge that world which is still so powerful, so that, you know, LGBTs, etc., in Afghanistan, in Turkey, in Poland, in Hungary, in the US are in jeopardy and at risk. There's a whole world out there where there is an extreme right-wing movement which is bearing down on us as women in relation to abortion, and which is bearing down on all of us as lesbian, gay, bisexual, gender non-conforming, trans, intersex, and whatever you're having yourself. And it is coming for us, and we have to be there and stand up, whether we're in a company, a university, or just our little selves out there on the street. We have to stand up there and say, no, you don't, no further, and absolutely no surrender to that.
I love that.
I didn't mean to say that. Thank you. I don't know where it came from.
So, whilst I go get lessons about challenging myself, I want you to put your hands together. Absolute legends, activists, and all-around icons. Alva Smith and Patrick Leahy, everybody. Thank you so much. Patrick, thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Come on. Yeah.
Come on. What a fascinating conversation. Thank you so much to you both. It was our privilege and our honour to hear them both speak and remind us how far we've come, but of course, how far we have to go. And I cannot thank them both enough from the bottom of our heart, from all the community and everyone sitting here today. So, from two human rights activists to another, it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to our next keynote speaker, trans rights advocate and yet another trailblazer. Oh God, I can't speak after that. I'm too busy thinking about my life choices now. Trans rights advocate and yet another trailblazer in our midst. Put your hands together for Saoirse Mackin, everybody.
I'll bring it for you, sure?
Yeah, perfect. We're good to go. Okay. So, folks, I'm here to ask you a question. How many transgender people does it take to change a light bulb? That's the question we're hoping to answer today. For the record, I identify as female. My pronouns are she, her. I don't identify as male or non-binary or gender fluid or two-spirit or any of the other gender identities that there are, but I support them 100%. The idea of a third or more gender seems like a new concept to many. Yet, civilizations across the world have recognized more than two genders for as long as they've existed. Being transgender or gender fluid is not a new Western creation. Native American culture has two-spirit people. India has Hijras. They're Muje in Mexico and Bakla in the Philippines. These are all some form of transgender or gender fluid identities. I'll just get the following slides. And next one. And next one. And next one. And last one. Thank you. But our culture made a deliberate attempt to erase these people and their identities. We tried to cast them out of society. The fight for transgender rights goes back a long time. Next slide, please. Magnus Hirschfeld, here on the right, was a German-Polish sexologist born in Poland in 1868 and moved to Berlin at a young age. He helped transgender people obtain medical assistance and IDs. He also helped progress LGBT+ equality within the Berlin Police Department by working with them on eradicating discrimination within the police. And he wrote one of the first books on trans people. Next slide, please. Berlin's Third Sex. The next slide shows a photo of Nazis burning his work. In this fire, there are many accounts and records of trans people worked on by Magnus Hirschfeld through the Institute of Sexual Research, which he founded. Yet another attempt to erase trans people from the world. These burnings set trans rights back a long time because so much information was lost. Many people tell us that our struggle is new, that our fight is new, and that someday we will have equal rights, and that we just need to be patient. But history shows us that we're not new, it's just our struggle was long forgotten. Next slide, please. We never went extinct, we were always there, but we were oppressed to the point where it became almost impossible for us to live our lives the way we felt comfortable. There is no rise in transgender people, there's just a rise in the amount of people who now feel that we've become accepting enough of a society that they can finally be their true selves. But our attempts at freedom are still being oppressed. From the 1960s and before, when police were raiding gay bars, next slide please, to 2022, when politicians are actively working to write transgender people out of existence, our rights are still under attack. Growing up in a small, Catholic, conservative village like mine, if you're in any bit different to the traditional farming culture, you were an outcast. So help you if you're gay, but never mind trans. Either of which would be headline news for the next 6 months. There is a lack of education around what being transgender is and how you become trans. If you experience gender dysphoria, and you generally know at a young age that something is different about you. Growing up with that gender dysphoria is difficult, but you can't just go on hormones overnight and begin a medical transition. You have to convince a number of medical professionals that you are trans. You need confirmation from 2 psychologists that they believe you're transgender. Usually this involves hours of sessions, speaking in deep personal detail, and being asked a myriad of sexually explicit questions to determine whether you are who you say you are. And it will almost certainly be 3 to 10 years before you ever get your hands on a bottle of estrogen or testosterone for trans men. But there is also misinformation from right-wing media and politicians on the rise and danger of transgender people. They create a discourse that cisgender women aren't safe in the bathroom with a trans woman, but this is an intentional attempt to drive fear and transphobia towards trans people. Next slide, please. And the next one, please. Trans women pose no threat to cis women, but we pose a threat to them if we make them outcasts. This is Rebecca Solnit. She's a feminist historian, activist, and writer. Cisgender women are safe in women-only spaces, which include transgender people. Trans people are not a threat, and very often they also need that refuge just as much as cisgender women do. Despite attempts by politicians to politicize this issue, an attempt to ban trans women from these spaces. Next slide, please. US Republican congressmen are actively working to ban trans women from society, but here's a fact they won't talk about. More US congressmen have been convicted of bathroom sexual assaults than trans women. I had to look at the numbers, and depending on the sources, between 3 and 7 Republican congressmen. For trans women, it's 0. Trans women are also not a threat to women's sports, despite what many old white cisgender men will try to tell you. In June this year, FINA, which is the world governing body of swimming, next slide please, has banned most trans women from women's elite swimming. This decision was an opinion, and the reason for this decision, which is that trans women have a biological advantage over cis women in sports, was an opinion of those who made it and not based on science. Very little research has actually been done on whether trans women have an advantage over cis women in sports, and therefore there is no evidence that trans women do have an advantage. Firstly, many trans women begin puberty blockers as an adolescent, and those who do never go through testosterone-based puberty. At that stage, if they're on hormones, they will also have the physiology of a woman. For trans women who start their journey later in life, research shows that we have 7 kilograms less muscle mass than cisgender men. Trans women also lose bone density, making us much more susceptible to osteoporosis. And red blood cells drop to female levels. For context on why red blood cells is relevant there, blood doping in sports happens by increasing red blood cells, and estrogen will drop those. When I went through male puberty, that doesn't give me an advantage over all cisgender women. I certainly wouldn't like to take on Serena Williams in tennis or Kelly Harrington in boxing, because that would almost certainly be the last thing I'd ever do. The reality is that many cisgender women also have advantages in terms of strength and height over other cisgender women. Just like other genders, some women are naturally taller than average, or shorter than average, or stronger than average, or weaker than average. Yet parliaments across the world continue to pass legislation to exclude trans people, which just doesn't match the science. Or they won't pass legislation to protect trans people, such as banning conversion therapy or hate crime. Here in Ireland, we have waiting lists of 5 or more years just for an initial consultation for endocrinology. And there's 2 endocrinologists in the country who can deal with trans people through the public system. And they're both in the Dublin region. There's one in Dublin and one in Drogheda, meaning that any trans person in Ireland going through the public system who wants access to endocrinology has to travel towards Dublin. Many of you in this room would have probably would have started puberty somewhere between 12, 14 or thereabouts, and so did I. But I'm also going through puberty now at 24 for a second time, because hormones put you through a second puberty. I started hormones 2 years ago, and therefore have been going through 2 years so far of female puberty, which isn't always easy. But if I get emotional over something very small, it is always an interesting reaction when you reply with, "Sorry, I'm going through puberty." But let's not stop there, because remember, in Ireland, we are big fans of unnecessarily exporting people for much-needed healthcare. We always have. For years, women had to travel abroad for reproductive healthcare, and in many cases, they still do. Trans people also have to go abroad for certain healthcare treatments that are not available in Ireland. The cost of being transgender, even with health insurance, can very often run into 6 figures, and financial support is basically non-existent. So are transgender rights moving forward or moving back? It kind of seems like a mixture of both. It seems as if we take 2 steps forward in terms of social and societal views, but we take 1 step back in terms of political and legislative change. There is no doubt that the world is becoming, as a whole, is becoming more understanding of the fight for trans rights, and will more likely be accepting of who we are, but we still have parliaments and politicians writing legislation based on fear-driven opinions rather than scientific facts. We have governments introducing bans on conversion practices, and these bans don't include conversion practices on targeting trans people, despite no scientific evidence that that should be the case. So, to answer the question of how many transgender people does it take to change a light bulb, I'll get the next slide, please. And the next one. And the next one, please. The answer is just one. But first, you have to spend a year living in the dark, get written approval from 2 different electricians to confirm that it does, in fact, actually need changing. You have to paint the room pink in the meantime to prove that you do want a lighter room, and be asked if you have a fetish for well-lit rooms. That, folks, is the life of a trans person. But we're strong, and we'll break through the noise. I mean, after all, having an orchiectomy really takes balls. We're not asking for special treatment, we're asking for equality. We're asking for equal access in housing, education, employment, and society as a whole. We're asking to be consulted with, nothing about us without us. Because all too often we are left out of the conversations and decision-making around the laws that directly impact our lives and our safety. We're asking all of you to listen to us when we speak about preferred language and pronouns. If you make a mistake with someone's preferred pronouns and you realize or they correct you, don't spend the next 10 minutes apologizing. Just acknowledge it and move on. We don't need an apology for a big, long apology for a genuine mistake. We're all human. We all do it from time to time. I've made mistakes with other transgender and non-binary friends. But we live in a society where we find it so easy to apologize to our friend's dog when we misgender them, much more than we do to apologize to our friend for misgendering them. And we live in a society where people will happily gender their car or their country or their house, but not go based on their friends' preferred pronouns. And finally, I know there's some politicians here tonight. You've heard the statistics. We're asking that when you legislate based on facts. And in 2022 and beyond, let's allow facts and not fear to drive transgender policymaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Saoirse. Thank you so much.
Questions there if anyone wants.
Yeah, we're going to. So just because we're behind in time, we're going to ask for questions to happen in our networking section, which will be just after the show. So if you've got a question for Saoirse or you want to have a chat, you can find it in the network after. Saoirse Mackin, everybody. Now it's time to get all Ally McBeal on you. I'm delighted to introduce you the Work with Pride Committee's legal officer, Darren Fitzgerald, a solicitor and head of private clients with CDS Law and Tax. Darren himself specialises in areas such as property, wills, succession, not the TV show, probate and family law. Law can be a minefield to navigate for all of us, but even more so for the LGBTQ+ community, as it can sometimes be new and uncharted territory. So for this next segment, we're going to change things up a little bit. We'll hear from Darren on his very own perspectives, and we'll do a bit of a Q&A thereafter. So don't be shy. I have all the questions here, so we're good. Please put your hands together for Darren Fitzgerald, everybody. Come on and sit aside.
Thanks, Paul.
So for
let's get cozy. Let's get cozy.
Yeah, let's get cozy. For our audience, give us a bit of background.
Okay, well, you introduced me nicely. Thank you. My name is Darren, and I'm head of private clients in CDS Law and Tax in town here. I suppose, just to give you guys a bit of context about me, I'm an out and proud gay man. I'm delighted to be here today. In fact, I feel very humbled to be following all the speakers we've had today. They've just been phenomenal and inspiring to me. But I suppose my story starts about 22 years ago, Paul. God, I can't believe 22 years. I feel old when I say these things out loud. Where I was involved in a very serious car accident as a passenger. And there was a High Court case ensued from that. And I was thrust into this environment which was very stuffy, to my perspective, formal, very male-orientated, that old-fashioned kind of boardroom kind of stuff. And while I felt it was all about me, I wasn't even involved in it. And I just felt kind of very intimidated by that environment. And I remember sitting there and, you know, I was obviously gay at the time. I mean, I've always been gay. And it was a family solicitor, as you do, you go to family solicitor. He knew my kind of history and that I was gay. And I was kind of like a second-class citizen in the room. And I felt like, you just sit there, we'll do all the work, don't you worry about it. And I just didn't like how that made me feel. And actually, as David said in his keynote speech today, like self-acceptance is self-confidence. And I felt I didn't have the confidence in that moment to be able to say, look, lads, this is about me. I need to be involved in it. And I kind of made a decision that there and then, I remember it like it was yesterday, that I would never make a client coming in to me to feel like that. And I wasn't even thinking law at that stage. I was a plumber. And because of the car accident, I couldn't do it anymore. And I took on a mantle in myself to actually go out and pursue a career in law because of that setting that I was involved in at the time. And I just made it very clear that now when clients come into me, thankfully 22 years later, I go out of my way to make them feel comfortable and make them relatable, especially for our own community, because I find it still can be an intimidating environment. And if I get the opportunity, I would say I'm an out and proud gay man. And you can see straight away that people's demeanor relax, and they know that they can relate to me. And I strive to make that environment healthy and relatable and engaging for them, because while I might have 100 clients on a day doing work, that client for them is the most important thing in their life, and they should be treated with that respect and that give them the involvement of being involved in their matter, because it's all consuming for them, and rightly it should be. And that's why I'm here, just to let people know that we're out there and to seek us out, because, you know, we need to be seen, we need to be more transparent. As Ailva said, let's keep the fight going. And, you know, listening to David as well, like he's knocking on an institution there and he's taking away a brick. And we all need to take away the bricks, just to take away those kind of barriers that society have built up over a long, long time. And that's why we do need the pride and proud to be, you know.
I think you're right. I think we've gone so far, but we've also so far to go, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we asked for questions to our Twitter poll, which we are now trending #1 in Ireland, by the way. So well done for you. Which is absolutely fantastic.
Go easy, man, Paul. This
I'm
is kind of
going to go
stuff.
relatively easy. I'm going to go very Ally McBeal on the situation right now. So, question #1. My husband and I are married, have a home and a few other investment properties, but have no wills. We are conscious that if we died together without leaving a will, how would our estate be distributed? So, in other words, who's getting the money?
Okay, exactly. And look, this wills is something that clients, they'll often think about. People, I say clients because it's just ingrained into me. People think about wills, but they don't do it because they think it's morbid. You should all do your wills, guys. It's very important, I suppose, coming in, drafting a good will is the key point. But there's a situation, and especially for people of our own community, where we mightn't have children, because automatically straight couples will have their kids and they'll get everything anyway. But if we don't have children, where's it all going to go exactly? So there's a clause that goes in the will that, you know, say you and I are married, that we...
Okay.
Sorry, John, my husband down there, he murdered me for that. But we put in a clause to the will to provide for if you don't survive me by a certain amount of time, usually 30 days, the following will apply, and it's where it'll go. So it's just good consultation between your partner and your solicitor how you do that.
Okay, great. Next question. Unfortunately, unhappy differences have arisen between my wife and I. We've been separated now for about 2 years and there is no prospect of reconciliation. Can I get a divorce or do I need to wait a certain amount of time for this? Also, how will our house and cash be divided between us? I have been the main provider in the marriage, which is worse than because, you know, we've all been in a relationship or, you know, a partnership where one makes more than the other. So how does that plan out?
Yeah, and look, that's the sad side of the family law aspect, and you see a lot of it, unfortunately. So the time limit has actually been decreased to 2 years since 2019 when they added that into the Act. So now if you're living apart for 2 years, you can apply for a divorce, which makes it easier in the context of before you had to go for a separation and then a divorce. And on top of the obviously sad part of it, it's the cost of it. So you can be living separate and apart for 2 years, but separate and apart doesn't have to be out of the same house, because let's be real, like,
that was my next
you know,
question.
we're all living, we can barely afford to live, let's call a spade where things are going. So you can be separate and apart, living in the same house. But I suppose the key point is for people to understand, living separate and apart, oh yeah, we might be having a sexual relationship. That is not the definition of living apart. You could be in an intimate relationship and still be deemed to be married even though not having sex. So if you're sharing finances and stuff like that, that's still deemed to be living together. So there is a distinction, but you can live under the same home and be separated. With regards to separating assets, what I always say to my clients is try and agree it yourselves, because if you go in front of a judge, you lose control effectively. So the judge will just look at the finances, the hard line. They'll listen to the story about what happened for who, but they won't make a contributing factor on what a judge will say. They'll look at the finances. So if you can just agree it between yourselves, you can get the divorce order and consent after that, you know.
Is there a mediator between what you can decide yourselves? Because I know I wouldn't want to be in a room with half my exes, let alone talk about the money they owe me. But is there a middle ground to that, like a mediating situation where you can just literally sit amongst a body of people to
Yes, you
decide
can.
it?
So you can have a mediator, and we always suggest mediation, of course, before they come to our level. And why mediation mightn't be binding, it sets out the kind of the framework for what they might agree them. And then if you are going the legal route, you know, besides yourselves, you have the barristers and the counsel, and they will talk to each other. The clients will talk to the barristers, to us, and then they'll liaise with each other, and they come up with agreement, hopefully, in between.
Great. Next question. I wish to purchase a home with my long-term partner. What is the best way to approach such purchase from a tax-efficient perspective? I'm all ears at this one.
Yes. So this is a funny one in the context, Paul, that lots of people come in and they're not married. You know, I got married recently myself after 18 years, so thankfully I'm on the other side of the table. But they come in, they'll buy a house, and they're all excited. And I'll say, you know, are you going as joint tenants or tenants in common? And they'll look at you like with 10 heads, and you explain, you know, if you buy as joint tenants, that if one of you die, you take the other share of survivorship. And that's great, they get the house. If you buy in tenants in common, it falls under your estate, the way you've made your will. But most people do the joint tenancy. But what they don't allow for is the tax element of the joint tenancy aspect if one of them die. So if you have a house worth, let's say, 500,000, you both equally contribute to it, 250 grand. Your partner dies, you're effectively deemed to have gotten a gift. And if you're not married, you're strangers in blood, and you're at the lower threshold of the Group C threshold of just getting an exemption of, I think it's €16,250. So anything outside of that, you're taxed at 33%. So it's kind of something people don't think about. So my kind of quick answer is to people, if you're not married and you're buying a house, be married. There's other options around it, but that's the reality of it.
That's the best way to do it.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw two more at you before we let you go. My wife and I are the parents to 3 young children. We really need to make a will, and our priority is making sure our kids are looked after.
Okay.
What should we do?
Okay. Well, the main thing is when they're coming to do wills, this is, you know, straight couples, gay couples with kids, is think about who you want your guardians to be. It's the key point. Visualize that, you know, who will raise your kids if you die in the morning. I know it's morbid stuff. You have to think about who will raise your kids. A lot of people say, oh, my parents will do it. When in all reality, parents are too old. Think of somebody of your contemporaries and your peers at that age who will rear your children. That's the most important thing, and it goes down in the will who the guardians and trustees of your kids are going to be, because it's the most important part of a will when you have children.
Do the guardians, are the guardians then entrusted with money, the money
Yes.
that you would have left for the
Yes.
children? Or do they get that
Absolutely.
money, or is it put away, or is that your decision?
Yes, there's a few questions in there, Paul.
Sorry.
Absolutely. You know, you're fine. So yes, those trustees, they're guardians and trustees, so they get the money that comes in under the estate of these people. It's all gathered in, it's liquidated if that's the wishes, and they can use that money for the benefit of the children and rearing them. So if they need to buy a bigger house, they can use that money. For their education, they can use that money, but ultimately it is the kids' money, so they have to act dutifully and they have obligation to do it, but they can use it for the kids' benefit, yeah.
Brilliant. My last question for you. My husband wants us to build a home together on his family's land. His parents have agreed to transfer the site to him into his sole name. Can the site not be transferred to both of us now, as I'm going to be jointly on the mortgage with him? I'm in a similar situation here with my own mother's house as well, actually.
These can be funny ones. And usually it's family land, you're probably, that person's referring to whoever they are there. So, you know, mom and dad come along and they give a site to their son, and the husband will say, why aren't I entitled with you? And it's for tax reasons. So that, you know, the son is getting the site from the parents, but if they put the husband with their son on title, it's a taxable event again because he's a stranger in blood to the parents. So that's why that usually happens. After 3 years, the spouse can go on title anyway. That's the timeline that they need to wait. But equally at the same time, the spouse will be on the mortgage with the husband anyway. So they're kind of seen to be, you know, liable to pay the mortgage, but they're not entitled. So look, they will need to get independent legal advice for that if that happens, because you're joint and severally liable on a mortgage. If you're both on it, means if one fella takes off, the other has to pay the mortgage. So they have to go into the rise open a little bit on that, but there is the long stop date of 3 years. You can go on title after that.
I would say to ask Darren any more questions at the networking event that we'll have directly after here, but unfortunately he's very busy while I talk to him about everything in my life, including prenups, houses and children. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, you can talk to Darren after this event. Give it up for Darren, everybody.
Thanks, guys. Cheers. Thanks, Paul. Thanks very much, buddy.
Thank you all for the people who sent in questions. It really, really kind of opens our eyes to many, many different things. Next up, the Work with Pride Committee has grown from strength to strength since its launch in May. Its aim is to create an all-Ireland network in both the physical and virtual world, and its partnership with technology provider WorkVivo has certainly allowed the latter to happen. So again, I encourage you to check out the workwithpride.ie website and register your interest in joining the network. There are plenty of other events coming up for the rest of the year, and I think we're all agreed that they've put on a fantastic event today. So give it up for all the team at Work with Pride. But to give you a little bit more insight into that, please give a warm welcome for Don Crowley, Treasurer, and Aoife Dilworth, the Membership Lead here for Work with Pride.
Take a seat here. I'll take a seat. Now. Hi everyone, my name is Aoife and I'm on the Work with Pride Committee. So following last year's annual conference, there was a lot of feedback and a big expression of interest for more networking events and opportunities for like-minded people to get together. So last October, a group of individuals came together and we formed Work with Pride. And since that, we launched in May. And we are extremely proud of the launch. We have over 250 members to date. And we're taking this opportunity to reach out to everyone, to go back to your workplaces, talk to your employees, your colleagues, and really try and gain that membership with the network. So one of the benefits of the membership is that we use a dedicated platform for collaboration, information, knowledge sharing to provide a better and more engaging experience with our members. And this is provided by our technology partner, WorkVivo. And this gives us the opportunity to cater for a digital and national audience. So it really gives us that all-Ireland approach to connect members from all across the country. And we really appreciate and value the partnership with WorkVivo. We've been very grateful to them on the way that they have worked with us to cater the platform to suit us. So a big thank you to WorkVivo. Very good. When we launched back in May, Mary on our committee had mentioned that had this network existed 10 years ago, how beneficial that would have been to individuals. So we're delighted that it's launched, and I suppose who knows where it'll take us. So the goal of Work with Pride is to foster a professional environment in which the LGBTQ+ community can feel safe, inclusive, and welcome. And the network plans to host a series of events throughout the year with this conference as an annual event. And it'll allow our professionals to develop their network. We're delighted with it, so thanks for everyone coming today. I'll hand you over to Dan.
So, recent research by Deloitte has shown that 43% of us, and you heard some of this morning, are not out at work. So, even though diversity, equality, equity, inclusion are popular buzzwords in the corporate and business world, we often don't see true inclusion. And the purpose of the Work with Pride Business Network, and one of the main objectives of it, is to help us in the LGBTQ+ community and our allies to educate ourselves. So all of you here this morning have been and are advocates for change. You're advocates for LGBTQ+ inclusion in the workplace. And for us, it's very important that you and all of us go back to our workplaces, the organisations, the community organisations that we are involved in, and that we advocate for continued change there, for the LGBTQ plus community, but also diversity, equity and inclusion in its broader sense. So we would ask that you do that. The business network is not a business-to-business network, it is a network of individuals. So regardless of employment or educational status, we welcome you as members. If you're not yet a member, check out workwithpride.ie, complete the membership application form there, and one of us will be in contact with you to discuss your application. So that's workwithpride.ie, and fill up the membership application form there. And as I said, it is a network, a grouping of individuals, regardless of that employment or educational status. You're not representing your employer, you're representing you. And whether you're a member of the community or an ally, we would be delighted to have you involved. I'm very conscious that while Aoife and I are here speaking to you, there are a number of other people involved in the committee of the Work with Pride Business Network and involved as well in contributing to putting this conference on here today. So huge thanks must go as well to the Trojan work being done by our colleagues on that committee, and namely Damien O'Halloran, our chair, who you met this morning and will meet again shortly, Ronan Kenny, our vice chair, Mary White and Evan Murphy-Keogh on communications, to Aoife as our membership lead, and also to Kerry Mullally, to Lauren Hogan, our events officer, to Darren Fitzgerald, who you just heard from a second ago, our legal advisor and legal expert on the committee, and to Nuttawood Nutchanet, or Zach, who contributed to one of our panels here as well today on the Talent of Tomorrow, who provides administrative support as well for the committee. So all of that group of people have come together to help deliver the conference here today, but also to get the business network off the ground since last October and for our launch event in May. I'm going to use this opportunity as well to give a shameless plug to MTU, Munster Technological University, where I work, just in terms of our certificate in diversity and inclusion in the workplace, which is a 20-credit Level 8 Special Purpose Award that many of you may be interested in, and I know there are a number of soon-to-be graduates of the programme in the room as well today. It's funded by Springboard, so you'll find information on springboardcourses.ie under MTU, and we'd be delighted to see you taking up that programme as well. Finally, this evening at 5:30, we have a new members event at the Poor Relation Bar, which is just across the river from us here over in Parnell Place. That will run from 5:30 to about 7. We'd be delighted if you can join us. It's an informal meet and greet, but especially, as we said, for anybody who is a new member or considering membership. So we'd love to see you there. As I said, we have been really overwhelmed by the support that we've had for the conference today, both here in person and also for the live streaming online. We're delighted that it has become the #1 streaming tweet on Twitter as well today. If you haven't tweeted yet, maybe consider tweeting or sharing some information on the conference on LinkedIn as well later today, just so that all of our broader business networks can see the great work that has been done here this morning and by the business network. So, conscious of time, and we're just gone, I think, 1:05. We're now going to hand over to Damien O'Halloran, our chair, just for some closing remarks. I think we have one other short piece as well, and then after that we'll have the lunch. So thank you all for your attendance, and just your attention for a couple of minutes.
First off, I'd like to ask MTU for additional sponsorship this year for the plug of the Level 5 course. But seriously, for Aoife and Don, thank you so much for everything you've done to bring the network to where it is today. We're certainly on a huge path of kind of discovery, trying to figure out what we want to do, some of the educational events. But I think for our first in-person event, I think it's pretty good, isn't it? Pretty good. I'm honoured to lead the team in the role of chairperson. They put their faith in me as they've put me into the role, and I'm certainly delighted to take it on. But there's a lot of other people behind the scenes. So I'm actually going to call on Kerry, Ronan, Lauren, Mary, Aoife, Zach, Don and Evan. Thank you for helping me and all of us to build something incredible. I'm very proud of leaving here today. I'm not going to cry, but I'm very close. Very close. And I think the other people that have actually been doing a lot of crying lately are our long-suffering partners who have helped us kind of build this out. It's taken, you know what? It's taken a lot of effort. We started planning about a year out for this, and it all came together pretty quickly. There was disasters along the way, but you know what? It actually all came out pretty well, right? And I was pretty happy about it, so congratulations and thanks to all you. Cork Pride, right? I mean, Work with Pride is an integral part of Work with Pride. Or sorry, the other way around. Work with Pride is an integral part of Cork Pride. So thank you to the festival organisers and the volunteers. As Clive was saying earlier on, there's between 35 and 40 events, you know, so check it out. We have a lot going on. There's a big billboard outside. IBEC, thank you to IBEC for everything you've done. Our title sponsor again this year. We are very proud to have you as our title sponsor, and it's a great relationship that we cherish, so thank you. Session sponsors, you've seen earlier on, we had Merck, Strike, ITA Cork, EY, Cork Chamber, Talis, and CDS Law. Without you, you know, the vulgar topic of money, right? We couldn't put on an event like this for free and make it accessible without sponsorship, right? So that's what the money is spent on, and I think we've gotten pretty good value for money, so thank you for being here and actually availing of that. You know, again, the venue. Little did we think. We actually booked both halls. We booked the Millennium Hall. We were going to use this as a prep area. We were going to use Millennium Hall for our main stage. As registrations came through, it actually frightened the life out of Ronan. But we went with it, and we pretty quickly pivoted over to using this venue, so absolutely delighted, and I think, you know what, we couldn't have been more proud to be in one of the more historic buildings in Cork City. So thank you to Cork City Council for allowing us to pimp their stage. Huge shout out to DFS Furniture for actually giving us all of the stage equipment. Hotel accommodation partners, if you recognize any of the props that we have here on stage, we will return them, I promise. So thank you for giving us your stuff. It really helped it, especially the Clayton Hotel, the Imperial Hotel, and the Riverlea. So thank you very much. The production team up on the gallery up there behind us. So thank you to the guys and girls who actually made this happen. The unsung heroes who actually, you know, made the whole thing work, because without them we wouldn't have been able to do it. I'm nearly done. Very importantly, speaking of accessibility and inclusion, Suzanne and Vanessa thank you so much, and thank you for KPMG for actually allowing us to be able to do this. So really appreciate it. To our speakers, our panelists, or anyone who spoke today, you've taught us a lot. You were open, you were honest, you bared your soul, and that's a hard thing to do in front of a couple of hundred people, right? So thank you very much for doing that. There's Paul over there hanging out. Paul, thank you so much. We've... We're going to organize Keys to the City. Yes, honorary Corkman, and so thank you so much. It's, today's conference was, you made it for us. I think you kept the conversation going, and continued success to you as we watch you grow and flourish, and thank you so much. And, finally, thank you to everyone who's actually sat here today, who's interacted. I think this was a really engaging, two-way conversation. It's just a start. I know, as Aoife said, right? Join the network, join the conversation. We have a ton more, I shouldn't mention this now. We have a lot more activities yet to be planned, and we have a lot of exciting things between now and the end of the year. So come join the network, come meet us afterwards in the poor relation from 5:30 onwards. And with that, I just wanted to say thank you to you, the audience. Again, we couldn't have done it without you, so thank you so much. Right, so production team above, we're actually going to ask you just to hang on a little bit, and we are going to cut the live feed because